Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, and the time is now 2:06 p.m. I'm calling to order the committee's performance oversight hearing on the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizen Affairs, and the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, or MORCA. We're going to start today with the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, or OANC. OANC's mission is to provide technical, administrative, and financial reporting assistance to our ANCs. The OANC's budget chapter also includes the funding we provided directly to ANCs. This committee has long supported ANCs, and we have invested in them consistently year after year. That's why the budget for OANC and our ANCs has been more than doubled in just 4 years. That funding has gone toward technical support, expert assistance, legal assistance, communication support, accessibility, community engagement, centralizing printing, and increases to direct allocations for ANCs, among many other things. I made these investments because ANCs are a critical part of this government. I have to say, though, for several years, the new funding we found for ANCs wasn't having the impact I'd hoped for. That was for two main reasons. First, OANC was too small and too slow to implement new services quickly. However, under the leadership of Director Kent Bass and with the hiring of new staff and continued work of existing staff, funding for even more to come, the OANC has accelerated its efforts to roll out more support for ANCs. I look forward to getting an update on the OANC's effort to fill remaining vacancies. Given the importance of the OANC's job, they need all the staff they can get. In addition to being too slow, the OANC was moving along without a strategic direction that had the buy-in of commissioners themselves, while each year we got several new and repeat requests from commissioners on tools they need to be more successful. That's why I required a strategic plan to pull together the ideas on the future of ANCs. I'm excited that the OANC has now released a draft strategic plan for feedback. I've been looking forward to this for years. The draft plan is a robust document with numerous timelines and specific implementation strategies. There's plenty to discuss in the plan where reasonable people might disagree, including the appropriate role of ANCs in grant making and advocacy. The plan also helps direct future council involvement, including where any future investment might be targeted and where we should focus our legislative reforms. The next agency on the agenda is the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. The commission plays a crucial role in advising the mayor, the council, and MORCA on the most effective ways to address the needs of returning citizens. The commission is designed to have 15 public voting members appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. Additionally, there are 13 ex officio non-voting members representing various district agencies, including the Department of Human Services and the Department of Housing and Community Development. Chairperson Natasha Dasher leads the commission. I knew Chair Dasher well before the mayor nominated her to be chair of the commission. One of my first memories of the chair was her speaking up at a community event about the need for the district to better support women who are returning citizens. Under Chair Dasher's guidance, there have been several new developments, including an annual strategic planning session that brings influential figures together to discuss policy and strategy. The commission has also implemented subcommittee structures featuring a total of 5 subcommittees. I'm happy that one of these subcommittees is dedicated to women returning citizens. And in a commitment to transparency, the commission has also affirmed that its fiscal year 23 annual report will be published within 30 days of this hearing. These are all important achievements. I also want to acknowledge the entire commission. During my team's attendance at the September strategic planning session, we were impressed by the diversity of expertise among the commissioners, most of whom have experienced jail or prison. The commission serves as a beacon of hope to all returning citizens, emphasizing that mistakes do not define one's future, and with support, success is achievable in any field. I am so proud of every member of the commission for defeating the odds and now turning back to lift others up. Recent news has only further highlighted the need to support our returning citizens and recognize the value that they can provide to our community. Despite this impressive work, the commission cannot operate in isolation. There has long been limited participation from ex officio members. I would also like to take the time during the hearing to facilitate a discussion between the Commission and ORCA to enhance collaboration between them with our other agencies who are supposed to be represented on the Commission. The final agency on today's agenda is the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. Since 2007, MORCA has been tasked with supporting people who were previously incarcerated. Each year, an estimated 2,000 to 2,500 returning citizens come back to the District of Columbia from prison, and approximately 17,000 cycle through the DC Department of Corrections. I'm familiar with the toll that incarceration can take on individuals, having witnessed its impact within my own family. And incarceration has had a particular impact on district residents who are sent all over the country to fulfill prison sentences due to the absence of a prison in the district. Since joining the council, I've collaborated with returning citizens to direct district resources toward addressing their unmet needs. Through my leadership, ORCA's budget has now surpassed $2 million, supporting 19 full-time employees. This marks a significant contrast from just 6 years ago when the office had 5 employees and operated with a budget of $490,000. We have allocated funds for new housing, education, employment, case management, identification, and transportation assistance for returning citizens, along with the necessary staff to support these programs. However, my concern today echoes that of the last 3 years. Funded programs are not being timely implemented. MORCA is critical to supporting successful reentry. We can't just be complacent and accept the status quo. Supporting reintegration of returning citizens strengthens our community, restores our families, and helps improve public safety for all of us. Especially now, we need MORCA to step up and take a leadership role for our returning citizens. We cannot afford to delay action. I look forward to hearing from MORCA's director, Lamont Carey. Before we get to our first panel of public witnesses, everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'm going to call witnesses in the order on that list. When I do, my staff, if you are virtual, my staff will promote you to a panelist so that you can testify. When you are promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back into the hearing as a panelist. At that time, witnesses will be able to unmute themselves. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify, while advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes to testify. I'm going to start with our first panel of public witnesses. These are public witnesses testifying regarding the office of ANC. Chuck Elkins, Lee Mayer, Anthony Muhammad, president of CAC, Jennifer Lewis, Nikila Smith with the People for Fairness Coalition, Robert Warren, and Barry Carras. I apologize, and Nick Deladon. You were the last name I called on the list. Yes, sorry. It does yeah. I'm not sure why the microphone isn't projecting more. I will try to project better. Thank you. Mr. Deladon, you can come to the table. You're the only witness in person from this first panel. And we'll give a moment for our virtual witnesses to get teed up. Commissioner Chuck Elkins, I apologize. I should have had you on the next panel, but I'm going to keep you here if that works for you. And you will have 5 minutes to testify. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying that I believe that Kent Bays and the OAN staff are very hardworking, dedicated staff who are doing their best to support ANCs. And if there are differences between us, it's not with regard to their past performance, but rather how I would suggest they redirect the resources of OANCs to support ANCs in the future. I believe that the OANC draft strategy gives us all a unique opportunity to reimagine the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions and how, without being tied to what it's been doing in the past. And that's what I want to talk about today. Traditionally, OANC has focused almost entirely on what I would call administrative matters. That is providing assistance to ANCs in terms of how they run their meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, how they handle their funds, how they respond to Freedom of Information requests and comply with all the provisions of the DC statutes. However, there's been much less emphasis on helping commissions carry out what I would characterize as the commission's core function. That is, consulting with constituents, observing situations where the delivery of district services could be enhanced, and then advising and working with the responsible district agencies and the council to improve these services and policies. There's so many areas where OANC could help ANCs work with the district agencies to help bring about the necessary enhancements in how the district programs are delivered. For example, we need help with broken sidewalks, illegal construction, vacant and blighted buildings, illegal parking, speeding cars, trash and leaf pickup. I could go on. I provided you the results of a survey that was taken by of ANC commissioners a couple of years back. And let me just mention three of them. You have the fuller list there in my full testimony. 90% of the respondents asked OANC to encourage agencies to give timely notice to ANCs, consider ANC recommendations, and make their decisions and their reasoning more transparent. 82% of the ANC commissioners asked OANC to monitor and seek improvements in agency interactions with ANC. And 82% also asked OANC to intervene where needed to help ANCs and commissioners obtain the appropriate action by agencies. None of these requests for support are contained in the current strategy. And that's why I'm suggesting that OANC's support mission be reimagined to respond to what so many commissioners have said they need. We in ANC 3D have found that when one builds a relationship with decision makers in an agency, we find that we have common goals and our ANC can help the agency be more successful in delivering its services. I'm sure other ANCs have had similar experiences. However, agencies likely find that constructively working with 46 commissions and 345 commissioners individually can be overwhelming. OANC could help these agencies find ways to tap commissioners' grassroots experience in an efficient and effective way. In my written testimony, I've given you three examples of how OANC could develop relationships with key agencies and help commissions achieve this core mission. I don't have time to go into them now, but I'd be glad to answer the questions about them later. I'm confident that no council members would have run for a seat on this council if you thought the district council was simply engaged in performative art. That is, you hold hearings, but nothing ever comes of it. No, you ran for office in order to make a difference, and so did we ANC commissioners. To be frank, I believe it would be better for OANC, faced with limited resources, as it is now, to do a less than perfect job on the administrative support it provides ANCs, and instead begin to help us with our core mission of working with the agencies. We can hold perfect meetings and pass important resolutions, but if those resolutions fall on deaf ears of the agencies, what have we accomplished? At a certain point, OANC's effort to lighten our administrative burden, which they're trying to do, begins to pay only marginal additional benefits, especially compared to larger dividends that their working with district agencies could provide. In short, I believe the time is now for OANC to reimagine its support to ONCs and to shift this balance, paying a lot more attention to helping us be less performative and more effective in our dealings with the district agencies. If our administrative burden must therefore remain the same, That would be unfortunate, but given limited resources, OAN support, in my view, needs to shift and to shift now. And I mentioned a number of other topics, Mr. Chairman, in my written testimony. I hope you'll have a chance to look at those as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Lee Mayer, welcome.
Hello, hi. My name is Lee Mayer, and I live in Hawthorne, which is represented by ANC 3/4G. I'm also the president of Save Connecticut Avenue, and my organization represents the thousands of residents and businesses who oppose putting 2 curbside bike lanes on Connecticut Avenue. I'm a former 3G01 ANC commissioner. My experience with the office of the ANC has been frustrating. When 5 members of ANC 3C posted a picture of themselves on Twitter giving the middle finger to a business that displayed our Save Connecticut Avenue sign, I went to the OANC for guidance. I was hoping the OANC could impose some disciplinary measures, but I was advised that they could not do anything. Short of calling for a recall, ANC commissioners are free to say and do as they please. The citizens of DC need accountability when ANC commissioners exhibit unprofessional or rude behavior. Right now, an ANC commissioner cannot be recalled in the first 6 months or the last 6 months of their term. The rules to recall an ANC commissioner need to be changed so that a commissioner can be recalled at any time after being elected. I don't know if this is under the purview of OANC, but it should be, and the rules need to be changed. Kent Bose, the director of the OANC, told ANCs across the city to disable the chat feature in virtual meetings. In a March 23rd email, he said, quote, ANC meetings are not town hall meetings. They are meetings of deliberative bodies like other DC boards and commissions and even the DC Council, all of which disable chat. Disabling the chat feature is undemocratic and unfair to citizens who have a right to express their opinions, especially if they are not allowed to speak during Zoom meetings. The council should tell the director of the OANC to rescind his earlier instructions in which he called for the disabling of the chat feature. Unfortunately, some of the advisory neighborhood commissioners across the city are not representing their constituents. Many commissioners run unopposed, and some are being groomed by organizations that promote their own agendas, like Greater Washington. The OANC needs to do a better job of monitoring the ANCs to ensure they are representing their constituents and not special interest groups. In a recent ANC 3/4G vote, a commissioner cited the ANC oath of office, effectively using the oath to justify disregarding his SMD constituents' views. ANC commissioners are elected to represent their SMDs and not, as the oath states, the district as a whole. ANC commissioners cannot be relied on to decide what is best for the District of Columbia as a whole when special interest groups are prepping them and helping them get elected. The ANC oath is outdated and should be revised to stress that commissioners have an obligation to represent their constituents' views and not their personal views. The OANC should take an active role in rewriting the ANC oath. And for your reference, I'll read you the oath as it reads now. Quote, having duly elected as a commissioner of the Advisory Neighborhood Commissions of the District of Columbia, do solemnly swear or affirm that I, state your name, will support and defend the United States, that I will perform such duties as may be assigned to me as a member of the City Commission to the best of my ability without fear or favor, and I will exercise my best judgment and will consider each matter before me from the viewpoint of the best interest of the District of Columbia as a whole, and that I will faithfully discharge said duties. In summary, the OANC must be given the power to discipline and, if necessary, remove a commissioner from office. Right now, once a commissioner is elected, there is no accountability. The steps I have proposed will ensure better government for the residents of the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Jennifer Lewis. Welcome.
Yes, can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. The Office of the ANC and its commissioners imply that they serve and support the neighborhoods. Using my experience with the ANC 6A and 6C, especially in light of recent bike lane actions, this is furthest from the truth. Because the Office of the ANC does not have any jurisdiction or authority over ANC commissioners' actions, and it only provides technical, administrative, and financial support to the commissioners, the Office of the ANC enables the actions of the commissioners that are supposed to report to their constituents, but instead ignore and harm them. I implore the office to provide guidance and instructions to encourage and mandate specific processes and behaviors that actually serve the communities and not just the commissioners. One, meetings are held remotely via Zoom webinar. These are not public meetings. This format does not allow public to interact with each other and removes the community nature of the meetings. The Zoom platform is a proven vehicle for allowing public contact, and the mandate should be to hold Zoom meetings, not webinars. Webinars circumvent public interaction and makes the meetings not public, but private. This does not serve the neighborhoods. Two, meetings are not recorded or made available to public review. Additionally, there's no transcript of the meeting. Instead, there are minutes are shared with the public, and they do not capture what happened in the meeting, but express an interpretation of what the commissioners view as important to share. Oftentimes, these interpretations devalue and mischaracterize opposing views. Three, there's no effort to share information about the meetings and upcoming issues that affect the residents, especially those residents that are specifically affected by any actions. Only those residents who are heavily involved in digital platform have any information about what's going on. Mailers, note cards never sent. Email distributions not used. Robocalls not used. Unless you are a heavy social media user or on a computer, you're left out, which is a whole community of people who need representation. Only when it serves the commissioner's interest is any contact made with the neighborhood. Sadly, when this was brought to my SMD's attention, no action was taken. Instead, she asked me what to do. This is a fundamental part of serving the community and should take the forefront in the actions of the Office of the ANC as well as its commissioners. Fourth, the ANCs were established to bring people closer to the government and to provide the people with a greater say in matters that affect their neighborhoods. This is not happening. The commissioners often ignore overwhelming objections to issues, especially from the residents in the specifically affected areas, and they vote specifically against the needs of the residents as they are expressed. After numerous petitions outlining the residents' positions, the commissioners vote against the neighbors. The Office of the ANC enables this action because there's no checks and balance on how commissioners serve their community. They can do whatever they want for 2 years or until there's a possible BEGA investigation. But in the meantime, lots of irreversible harm can be felt. Yes, commissioners are volunteers, but it does not give them the right to use the office to further their own interests. Office of the ANCs, please provide guidance, instructions, procedures to demand and ensure the commissioners do not ignore the community interests. Provide public meetings, not private meetings. Enable and recordings and transcript, not sanitized, watered down, and skewed meeting minutes. Make aggressive efforts for outreach and a comprehensive communication plans to reach all residents, not the tech savvy ones only, and also mandate that they represent the community's needs to provide feedback. The government gives great weight to the opinions of the Office of the ANCs and their commissioners, and the ANCs should represent the communities. And if the Office of the ANC is going to support them, they're supporting them not doing that. Do more, Office of the ANC. Provide support that actually helps the community, not just the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nikila Smith with the People for Fairness Coalition. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
All right. So I wanted to ask a question on I wanted to speak about returning citizens and housing. I put two things together. Is that okay? Or would you like me to just focus on housing? I don't want to
No,
come off
but
the agenda.
both is fine. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I want to start now. Good morning, council member and DC residents. Some people consider homeless people to be lazy. How can that be? If you're walking to find cool air when it's hot, heat when it's cold, every day walking to find a bathroom to use, a place to get a shower, just walking to live. How can you be lazy doing these things? Day after day, suffering in your skin. I'm scared still. This was me. I'm part of the housing fight. I'm still homeless, but I upgraded to from the streets to the shelter. I don't want to forget who I am. I feel disgusted knowing if I die, people will make me part of a count. I will not wait to live. But I will not wait for housing to live. I'm living now. It's been about a year and a half watching people come and go. This is not about patience. It's about losing hope. Excuse me. Adults being treated like children, being told what time to eat and what time to sleep. I never knew I needed my personal things to be taken away from me so I will not harm myself or others. People need housing so these problems don't become trauma. If you are being taught how to function in a shelter or surviving on the streets for years, how is it easy to remember? How it's not easy to remember how to live in a home. Something so simple as putting the toilet seat down. How can you remember to put it down if you haven't had to in years? Learning to sleep Learning to sleep and live starts with housing. Housing can keep you out of harm's way. Maybe then we can sleep and be lazy. This is about returning citizens. Staring up at the sky, the sun is blinding me. I put my head down and focus on the gate in front of me. For the last time, I have been waiting years for this moment. Yet, soon as I walked through, I went back in. The moment I stepped out of prison, I stepped into homelessness. I have spent much time crying, trying to adapt to prison life. According to the Fiscal Year Policy Institute, returning citizens are having the same problems with housing just like residents. I will give some examples. In prison, you have to learn how to survive living on the streets. You have to learn how to survive. In the shelter, you have to learn how to survive. In prison, you have to learn how to be searched living on the streets. You have to sorry. You have to learn how to survive in prison. You have to be searched living in the shelter. Living on the streets, you have to be searched when you're going places that deal with unhoused people. In the shelter, you have to constantly be searched. Uh, wait a minute, a situation. This situation you are told that you are in because you are doing wrong. So I apologize for that last part, but what I was trying to say is living on the streets, living in the shelter, coming from being incarcerated, some of the everything that everybody's going through is connected. And how can that be? So we all need housing, and we all need help with our trauma because it's trauma living in prison too. That's all I'm trying to say, and I think we should work hard on this. Thank you. My name is Nikila Smith, and I appreciate you letting me speak today.
Thanks so much for being with us, Nikila. Our next public witness is Robert Warren. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I'm one of the founding members of the organization People Fairness Coalition. We're grounded in the belief that housing is a human right. In that effort, PFFC has adopted a universal right to housing campaign to bring about a public policy based on DC residents having the ability to qualify to receive housing voucher assistance based on HUD's definition of affordable housing, being 1/3 of an individual's income. People Fairness Coalition is a grassroots organization that is working to ensure that housing instability ends in the District of Columbia through advocacy, outreach, and peer mentoring. We believe and are sure that universal housing rights must include all facets of affordable housing. One of the key elements of bringing about this affordability is our grassroots efforts on the ANC level of community planning and input, which has been weakened throughout the years with the ANC Commission's ability to have great weight and influence on community needs and wants, specifically when it comes to community agreements. that lead to ethical outcomes for long-term DC residents. As we look for solutions to address our proposed upcoming budget cuts, we stand up our newly seated Poverty Commission as it travels around the city during this listening session. Every ANC should have the opportunity to engage and inform said commission on recommendations that can be offered to the full council on how we begin to end impoverished situations that a great many of our residents find themselves in as we recover from a public health emergency. Moving forward, we can empower our ANCs to increase their yearly budget to enable them to engage more effectively in community engagement and information sharing and actions that will prevent and reduce crime and make affordable much more needed resources. With a focus on those ANCs that have public housing properties in their single member districts. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, Mr. White, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for being with us. And final public witness for this. No, yeah, final public witness for this panel is Nick Deladon. Welcome.
My name is, set off. And I represent the DuPont East Civic Action Association, which is dedicated to community engagement and civic action. I want to talk about three things today: disabling the chat, hybrid meetings, and email notices. It's unfortunate that the new executive director of the Office of ANCs has issued a policy to encourage ANCs to disable their chat feature when in a virtual meeting. In DuPont-CRERCA, we're still having virtual meetings solely. And although it's a little bit late for that, it's a disservice to people because we want to be able to engage with the community. That's the purpose of the ANCs at the grassroots level of the government, to hear from them, to encourage them to speak, to overcome their trepidation at public speaking, and not to prohibit it. And if they disable the chat, we have no way of knowing who's in the room. And if we speak, we don't know who we're talking to. And it is a disservice to the whole notion of the democratic process. Something needs to be done about that. With regard to the hybrid meetings, we are past COVID now well enough where we need to begin to hold our meetings in person again, and perhaps both virtual and hybrid. But DuPont-CRERCA is not doing anything in that regard. We continue to have these virtual meetings, and they encourage an autocratic attitude, so that DuPont-CRERCA has revised its bylaws to limit the time that you can speak, to limit the number of speakers. We're frequently limited to 1 minute, as if we are a distraction and an intrusion on their time and their effort. And meanwhile, they waste a lot of time. So the third thing is that there is a reliance, unfortunately, on email communications. And it is very convenient, but it is really imperfect. I spent a year attending the McDonald's in our neighborhood to get to know some of those people, and they do not have email addresses. So there's no way that you're ever going to be able to reach them by email. On the other side of the coin, there is no way for the ANC to know the email address of all their constituents. Unless the constituents voluntarily surrender it, you're not going to even collect it. And so their email addresses represent a tiny fraction of their constituency. And there is no way to get around that if you're going to rely on email addresses. In addition to that, a lot of people cannot afford to keep up with it, or they're frustrated by it. And if you're going to hold Zoom meetings, they need equipment, the appropriate equipment to do that. I think it is telling, and it's not news, that if somebody runs for ANC, they have to collect 25 signatures, and they're frequently asked by the people before they sign, what is the ANC? So it's a knot of problems, and it needs some positive attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I really want to thank this entire panel of public witnesses for being with us. Some overlap in many of the testimony, so let me start with a couple of things that I've heard a few times. Yeah, I should note in full transparency, this meeting, which we're doing as hybrid, is set up as a webinar and not as a public meeting for security reasons. I can't control what people puts in the chat. I'll be honest with you. I can't monitor the chat. And we have to create a public record. And creating a public record with the chat is difficult. We're still sort of at the beginning times of virtual and hybrid meetings. These things are going to go on for many decades. And I think some of the policies will change over time. But let me ask Director Bass if he gave that directive, and if so, why, so we can get an understanding of why and evaluate the appropriateness of it. A couple testimonies on making meetings more accessible. The Office of ANCs is, I think, still in the process of acquiring hybrid meeting kits. Have them, thank you. It's 15. Thank you. They have 8, and they're getting 10 hybrid meeting kits to make sure all commissions have the ability to do hybrid meetings, should they so choose. Each commission makes that decision on their own. I do understand your testimony, Nick Deladon, and the testimony of at least one other person who suggested meetings need to go back to being in person, if not hybrid. I think the virtual option helps to expand participation. But some people do want to testify in person, and that's something that they should be able to raise with their commissions. So I hear that on some of the feedback with respect to ANC operations. One of the other things, because again, I look at it as an elected official, the disciplinary measures from Lee Mayer. So voters are the only people who can remove council members, because voters are who put us there. So if it's a ward member, the ward members would remove that council member. And the bodies they sit on are the bodies that discipline them. So the council disciplines council members, ANC commissions discipline commissioners. And so I hear your testimony about wanting OANC to impose disciplinary measures. I'm trying to think of, and if you have one, let me know, a comparison equivalent of an elected official that is disciplined by a body separate from the body of elected officials. So let me start there. Mr. Mayor, is there an example you can sort of point me to help me understand what this might look like for the OANC, which does not appoint commissioners, for them to be able to discipline? Is there an equivalent that you can point to?
I don't have anything off the top of my head that I can respond to on that. It's just if you have a series of, in ANC 3C's case, you have 5 commissioners who put on post a picture of them giving the middle finger to a business, and they say, F, this was also in the Twitter post, F the ops, we're doing bike lanes. Something, somewhere along the line, there needs to be greater accountability for something like that. And again, with 5 of them all in cahoots, some of which may have been groomed by Greater Washington, there does need to be a deliberative body other than just the ANC to discipline them.
I appreciate that. So my committee director reminds me, Bega has some jurisdiction to discipline elected officials, council members, and ANCs for provisions specific to their jurisdiction. So that is one thing to look at. Council members and commissioners are treated the same in that way. The issue that you raise is a legitimate one with is sort of special interests and who elected officials speak for, represent. That is an issue intertwined with our American notion of democracy. That issue exists in Congress, in the council, on the ANC level. And so I take seriously the critique you're making. I think it's a broader critique of American democracy. And so that's something I'm going to have to sit with and think through as I process your recommendation there.
Yeah, and the other point which I made in my testimony, which is the ability to recall a commissioner once they're elected and not give them 6 months of free reign in the beginning of their term and 6 months at the end of their term. And that is something I think the OANC or the council can do something about.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Elkins, what you mentioned a few things in your testimony around a reimagined way for to respond to what commissioners say they need, and some of the examples you use, common examples, broken sidewalks, vacant and blighted properties. The OANC in the draft strategic plan speaks to the idea of training agency employees so that they understand their legal requirement to respond and be responsive to commissioners when they reach out on behalf of their constituents. Do you have thoughts? I know you said you went into this in more detail in your written testimony, which I will read, but do you have thoughts on what it would look like for agencies, for OANC to sort of have the muscle to force agencies to act at their request? What might that look like? How could we get there?
Well, I think I'm not looking for muscle. I'm looking for building relationships. I don't think we should have a situation where OANC has muscle over the agencies. Instead, I think they should follow what the various ANCs have done, such as our ANC, in which we sit down with some of the people who are either mid-management or in some cases higher management in the agency and talk through what they're trying to accomplish, how it's coming across at the grassroots, what we might suggest to do it better, and develop a relationship of at least mutual respect, if not trust. And then as issues come up, be able to say, look, we seem to be in disagreement. Can we sit down and talk through this? I see the OANC as not taking sides and saying, oh, you need to listen, you need to agree with this ANC. Instead saying, let's look for ways in which professionals can talk across the table with each other and work through and make sure that in fact the ANC is being given a fair hearing. And in many cases, that even with a fair hearing, the ideas will not be acceptable. But I think there's so much room here for improving the way in which ANCs interact with agencies and departments. And although we've done that on an individual basis on our ANC and worked hard on it, particularly with the Department of Transportation, we're only one of 46 commissions, and we can't essentially say to our fellow commissioners, oh, now we have this relationship with DDOT, we'll just hand it to you. No, we can't do that. I think OANC could do that because they could be representing all the ANCs and could say, let's get a small group of ANCs together to work on this particular problem. And I give some examples in my testimony about how that might work.
I appreciate that. It certainly is helpful in getting things done to develop relationships. And I need to look at that, look at what the capacity needs would be for the Office of ANC, but for commissioners dealing with many different requests coming from several different constituents, to be able to rely on the OANC to help resolve some of the more common issues. I see some wisdom in that, and we'll explore what that might look like. So I appreciate that recommendation among others.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just take another couple of minutes. There's some very quick things they could do this fiscal year with their present staffing. One is they could circulate a questionnaire to ANC commissioners. What issues are they dealing with and are they interested in? So that at least the commissioners could reach out across the district and team up with other commissioners who have common interests and think through, okay, how could we handle this? And secondly, for about $1,000, we showed that they could, in fact, go to the mayor's portal, which is where all the commission's recommendations are listed, and on a monthly basis, bring down these resolutions from all the different ANCs across the district and group them in such a way that in just a couple of minutes, every commissioner in the district could see what other commissioners are doing in subject areas that they're interested in. So it doesn't go as far as building relationships as I was talking about, I think is the long-term solution. For short-term solutions, they need, if I may suggest, get their feet wet in terms of dealing with the substance, which is really the core function of what these ANCs do, and not just run meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Nikila Smith, you mentioned in your testimony that there's trauma that comes from living in prison and trauma that comes from being unhoused. Do you have thoughts on how we can help better deal with those traumas as we help people reintegrate, whether it's from incarceration or from homelessness?
Yes, I do. I was thinking and doing some research because, I'm not from DC, but I have seen returned citizens all my life. I have family members and stuff, and I was thinking about the homeless thing too. The problem is with being in prison, you have to follow the rules. So they're teaching you to live like you're in prison. The same thing with the shelter is they're teaching you how to live in the shelter. What we need to do is, like, I always call it reprogramming. You have to reprogram to come back on the streets and live like you're supposed to be living, or how you want to live, how it makes you happy without hurting others. Like when I spoke about putting the toilet seat down, a lot of people don't remember to put the toilet seat down. I'm just using that because it's a big thing. As an example, you don't remember to put the toilet seat down if you didn't have to put it down in years. So it's a lot of stuff that people will look at you differently as, because you're not used to doing it, not because you did something wrong all the time, but because you had to find a different way to live. Same thing with living on the streets. So, I lived on the streets for half of a year in a tent. So you're not putting the toilet seat down living outside. Outside, I think it's even a little worse with your mental and stuff, because you're really not going to remember a lot of stuff, because again, you have to learn how to survive living somewhere differently. And the other part that I wanted to say, I don't mean to take up too much time, is the housing part. When I was doing my research and plus just looking in life general, when I don't want to call them inmates, returning citizens are about to be released. I know they have some programs and stuff, but apparently these programs are not working, because there's no way that you sit in prison all this time and they know when your release date is, and you're coming out with a couple $100 or whatever they give you to get back to wherever you're going, and you are just totally homeless. That is like unacceptable, because these are human lives. I don't think anybody should be living on the streets. That should be a no-no. So they have time to get them get their housing ready, like they do with us with the vouchers. I've been waiting for a year and a half. So when you get into prison, I think they should be working on what you're going to do when you come out, when you come in, because I don't know how long you'll be in prison. Only the person, the case manager and stuff, know how long you're going to be there, and stuff happens. You might get time added on, or you might get early release. So I think they should start working with a program on what you're going to do when you get out. Basically, when you come in there, that should be part of your plan. Thank you.
Amen to that. We're going to get into some of that later, so I appreciate you raising it. Robert Warren, do you have any thoughts on that same question, how we could better address the trauma for people coming out of incarceration or coming out of homelessness to help them readjust better?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I believe that, there should be they're supposed to have been put in place in low-barrier shelters, what we call an exit strategy. And I know we had these conversations for a number of years now about the lack of case management services. I know when I was in 801 East years ago, I think there was 375 men and there were 3 caseworkers to those 375 men, which was just totally just crazy. But I mean, I think it's about an exit strategy and having folks being able to move to some form of self-sufficiency uh, as they leave these institutions. It would be the same thing if you were incarcerated. I mean, I can't imagine. I know individuals who have come home, after being what I feel is like totally discriminated against, being shipped all across the country and being a DC resident. I think that we're probably the only place where that occurs to that level. Where folks can't visit them, so you then they come here and they have to go into another institution where they have to wait years before they can actually be housed. And so yeah, I mean, just the exit strategies and being able to engage the community before while they're in these institutions, what I'm saying, to make that exit from it, where they have the resources that they need. So I guess it goes back into resources. And I did want to add just one other thing with ANCs. I think you touched on a lot of what's wrong and what I've heard so far. Far as I've talked to a lot of individuals who've been ANC commissioners and who are concerned about the ANCs, not having the great weight they used to have. And it seems as though, just like a lot of things in our city, that it has been gentrified and is more so now the discussion is more so around how do we build and provide service for newcomers more so than residents who were born and raised here. And I think that's the big issue, the problem that we really need to start to address. Thank you.
I appreciate that perspective. For Jennifer Lewis, I responded to some of the concerns you raised in your testimony, but didn't give you a chance to respond to that. One of the things that you mentioned was frustrations around commissions doing webinars as opposed to public meeting settings and disabling the chat. I mentioned issues with the chat and creating a public record, security reasons, including like Zoom bombing, something that we dealt with more earlier in the virtual meeting phase. But because you did raise these concerns in your testimony, I wanted to give you a minute to give a different view or a response to my thoughts on that.
I think we had several years with schools using schools using Zoom to hold class. So best practices, look at who was doing that very well and find out how did they execute their classrooms, because students can put something in chats that the teachers may not want. There's a way to do it. In some of the other testimony and conversation, they talk about expending money, finding a way. So expend some money, finding a way to use these tools for the benefit and the betterment of neighborhoods, which is the intent. Use these tools to, I think one of the people said something about building relationships. Use the tool to build the relationships. I don't think we should get so hung up on what could be put in the chat. I think we should get hung up on how can the communities be served. So investigate.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, and it's a fair point. I don't think the OANC or even the district is going to develop a technology better or faster than Zoom. And so, classrooms, that link only went to the students in the classroom. But public meetings, they have to be available to everyone. And I think the one time or the last time, a long time ago now, that we did an open public meeting as opposed to a webinar, it was very inappropriately bombed. And some of the things that we've seen come in like that are often very disturbing. So I don't know a way at this point to control for that. I agree. I think the technology needs to continue to move forward. But I don't think it's there right now. So we shouldn't stop pushing, but I do understand your concerns. I want to thank this panel of public witnesses for being with us. I want to move to our next panel of an ANC commissioner, Adam Prenzo, ANC 3C02. I'm sorry, also Janelle Pagets, ANC 3C, and Commissioner Paula Edwards, ANC 4A01. And despite me getting the list out of order, we're going to go in order of the list. So we'll start with Commissioner Pagets, then Commissioner Edwards, then Commissioner Prenzo. And if you would just give us a moment to get everything teed up. Commissioner Pagets?
Yes,
And did I pronounce your last name correctly?
you did.
Excellent. Well, welcome, and you can begin your testimony.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee and your service to DC. I'm Janelle Pagets, Advisory Neighbor Commissioner for 3C03, representing Woodley Park, and the current chair of ANC 3C, covering the neighborhoods of Cleveland Park, Massachusetts Avenue Heights, and Woodley Normanston, in addition to Woodley Park. This is my second term serving as an ANC. I was just reelected to serve as chair by my peers for the second calendar year, and I was also an officer on the commission my first term, having served as vice chair for 2 years. ANC 3C has passed 2 resolutions regarding OANC while I've served on the commission, and I'm authorized to represent the commission on both. The first resolution was requesting centralized funding and support for advisory neighborhood commission technology and printing needs. This resolution focused on requests for centralized support, specifically technology needs. Some of what was asked for in this resolution, passed in April of 2022, has since been fulfilled, such as the need for a centralized printer. Others, such as ensuring ANCs have access to remote meeting technologies necessary to support their operations for providing or procuring audiovisual technology and services to do hybrid meetings, have been fulfilled, but not in an optimal way that allows for ease of use by all commissions. As documented in the pre-trial or the pre-hearing packet for this hearing, OANC has 8 kits. While the kits are portable, the size and cases and numbers and pieces make their portability difficult. Between August 2023 and January 31st, 2024, the technology was used by 10 ANCs in support of 26 meetings. There are 46 ANCs, not counting the month of August when most commissioners do not meet. There's been roughly 230 public meetings. An estimate of 11% of all of the monthly meetings have utilized these kits. This is not an ideal solution, provided it is difficult to use, especially for commissioners who do not own a box truck. It's also so complex to set up that the director is seemingly deployed every time the kit is used. This doesn't seem to be a sustainable solution should ANCs be required to move to an all hybrid format in the future. While ANC 3C has not requested or attempted to use this kit as of yet, we've heard feedback from colleagues and friends on the commissions who have. While the kit provides a lovely experience for the most part, it's a lot to set up and break down. The resolution also asked for OANC to survey all commissions as to priorities related to overall needs. OANC did conduct a survey of ANC chairs related to websites, social media, and virtual meeting platforms. ANC 3C has dedicated resources, also known as commissioners with skills, to meet basic website needs for our local community without centralized support, but other commissions have been less successful. This seems like low-hanging fruit to be able to centralize websites and access, and we should not be increasing costs by failing to take advantage of in-house governmental technology experience and economics of scale. OANC should focus on providing support that has greater impact for a greater number of ANCs. I highlighted the hybrid meeting kits because it's an example of a large investment that has made little impact. I would now like to pivot focus to ANC 3C's most recently passed resolution, highlighting administrative challenges in issuing ANC grants and requesting procedural improvements to facilitate commission grant making that we passed in December of 2023. Long story short, ANC 3C approved a resolution to support undesigning the Red Line project by providing a grant of $5,000 to St. Columbia's Episcopal Church on July 17th, 2023, after having reviewed the grant application and hearing a presentation from the applicant team. The project, Undesigning the Red Line, is a traveling exhibit to serve as a catalyst for dialogue and education regarding how Ward 3 came to look the way it does today in terms of race, income, and opportunity. The exhibit will explain the history of federal, state, and local policies that had the effect of segregating housing and other economic activities in the 20th century, and which legacy continues today. The history of racial exclusion in Northwest DC neighborhoods has been documented in several places and remains a legacy of profound concern to our community. This history is relevant to the current plans and developments in Upper Northwest Washington, DC. ANC 3C transmitted the signed resolution and grant application to OANC on July 19th, 2023. The applicant team, the chairs and treasurers of ANC 3C, ANC 3E, and ANC 3F received an email from the director on September 9th, 2023, effectively disallowing the grant using the following justification. Based on a 5-pronged test, it did not meet the public purpose and local benefit. And in summary, that because, sorry, I know I'll write this all out and send it to you, but it seemingly we were required to meet the impossible standard that the grant funds should not be used to benefit anyone or anything no bigger and no less than our exact commission boundaries. This grant denial is not isolated to ANC 3C or Ward 3 ANCs. It's happening district-wide, and it's frustrating many commissioners who want to help their communities. Not having clear guidelines, moving goalposts, having opinions and vibes from OANC, it's taking time away from a lot of us who are doing the work to build community and keep our communities safe. The allotment of monies in the bank accounts are not doing any good sitting there. The money needs to be put back into the community, and the ANCs are using their best judgment and publicly voting on how to utilize the funds. So I'll conclude by saying thank you, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I have a couple, so please hang with us. Commissioner Paula Edwards from 4801, welcome. I apologize. Commissioner Adam Prenzo, ANC 3CO2.
Hello, good afternoon. I am going to leave my camera off because I am hotspotting from my phone in the break room from my office. So I don't think I can do both, but thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee and your service to the district. I'm Adam Prinzo, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for 3CO2, representing Western Woodley Park. This is my first term as an ANC, but I've been a resident of Woodley Park for 8 years, and I am testifying on behalf of myself as a commissioner and not on behalf of 3C. I am here to express my concerns regarding some of the operational inadequacies of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. Firstly, the lack of timely processing of quarterly financial reports has proven to be a significant obstacle for OANC. They've delayed the rolling out of this new software, which forces commissions to sign inaccurate or incomplete forms that are sent to the treasurers sometimes 2 hours before their public meeting, only for us to vote on an amended QFR within the following quarter. ANCs have been unable to properly file QFRs since April of 2023, which is almost a year. This not only undermines transparency, but also hampers the ability of ANCs to fulfill their responsibilities effectively. Secondly, as Commissioner Pagets pointed out, the convoluted and frustrating processes for grant applications creates unnecessary hurdles for ANCs, who I'll stress are unpaid volunteers, and most of whom work full-time jobs and have other life commitments. The lack of consistency and clarity in these procedures make it difficult for commissioners to navigate, leading to confusions, delays, and goalposts moving halfway through the process, placing an undue burden on commissioners and community members or organizations seeking a grant. Additionally, I would like to emphasize the urgent need for expanded training for ANCs. As I mentioned before, ANCs are unpaid volunteers, most of whom who work full-time jobs. And luckily for me, my job lets me sneak off and testify before you, but that's not the case for everybody. But they're doing this for the betterment of their community, and they shouldn't be expected to be experts in all things DC government right off the bat. Luckily for me, I had 2 co-commissioners who have been doing this for some time, and they have been an invaluable resource for me. However, that is not the norm for all commissions, making it necessary that commissioners receive comprehensive and up-to-date trainings. Insufficient trainings leads to challenges in us fulfilling our duties effectively. On a more positive note, recently while working with OANC on a zoning matter that has become before our ANC, we have worked with Denise, who has been extremely helpful in helping me personally understand the zoning process a little bit better. I hope that the council can help OANC transition into a more effective office by performing and providing the oversight and the guidance that is required. I am happy to take any questions, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Give me one moment. We may have an additional witness for this. Trupti Patel, who was on our with the first list of public witnesses, was running behind. So glad you have been able to join us, and you can begin your testimony. Trupti Patel, you were going to be on our first list of public witnesses. I know you were running a little bit behind. Looks like you're with us now. If so, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Thank you for accommodating my crazy schedule. I am outside in the cold. I was doing a presser. Everybody wanted me today. So thank you again for accommodating me. So my name is Trupti Patel. I am the ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 2A03, which represents the historic Foggy Bottom. I've now been an ANC Commissioner entering year 6. For the last 4 years, sadly, I've been enduring bullying and harassment here in ANC 2A. And sadly, the entity that is OANC could offer little to no help or guidance for my situation. While I understand that wasn't the function that they're assigned to do, this is an issue that is actually pervasive and deep within the ANC commissioners. One of the reasons why there's a lot of turnover with ANC commissioners is because of the bullying and harassment they face. Earlier this year, last year, the media broke the story of Commissioner Joel Causey's criminal past and the bullying and harassment that he's leveled at his ANC colleagues, including myself. And I had sent a written statement originally to members of the press, but it never got published. So with your indulgence, I'm going to read it now. There's a clear and present danger on the dais in ANC 2A. It's Commissioner John Joel Causey. For the entirety of Mr. Causey's 2 terms, he has done nothing but bully, harass, and intimidate anyone who does not agree with him or challenges his viewpoints. From day one, Mr. Causey has threatened myself and others with disdain for not walking in lockstep with him, supporting him for vice chair and later on as chair. Mr. Causey felt comfortable berating me publicly on several occasions and acted as a dictator with community members and citywide leaders, my way or the highway attitude. He has displayed with consistency conduct unbecoming and conduct untrue for as long as he has served as an ANC commissioner. He is not fit for leadership, nor as a representative for his constituents. Many of us hoped when Mr. Causey stepped down as chair due to deliberately hiding his criminal act of having inappropriate sexual relations with a male minor child, that ANC 2A could do the important and necessary work to keep DC running. This could not be the case, as he would continue to be a distraction by deliberately causing chaos and being disruptive during meetings. His attitude emitted, if he could not run things, then let's make the ANC as dysfunctional as possible. I have spent the last 2 years ringing the alarm about Mr. Causey's behavior. I've initially disclosed about the bullying, intimidation, and harassment in previous hearings. I've lodged complaints with OANC, OAG, and the DC Council. All entities were empathetic, but stated there's nothing to protect ANCs in regarding to in regard to bullying and harassment. In the entire 40 years of this elected body's existence, there is not a mechanism to censure an ANC for bad behavior at the citywide level. I would have to deal with a colleague who is essentially a monster and who did not regulate his motions. Others and I would repeatedly point out procedural flaws around Robert's rules and not properly allowing for discussion. His attitude was to skirt rules and procedures with an attitude of who's going to challenge me. Things would come to a head when I'd point out ethical issues in regards to the purchase of a replacement ANC for ANC 2A. The previous laptop was destroyed while in the custody of an ANC commissioner. Said commissioner requested another laptop. I flagged this request as a possibility of a red flag for ethical reasons as a fiduciary guardian of ANC 2A. Mr. Causey made this issue a contentious battle between me and him, screaming at the top of his lungs how I was the most hated person in ANC 2A and that beat out community leader Barbara Kalo, the head of West End Citizens Association, in a pre-meeting with Commissioners Epstein, Friend, Barbish, and Executive Director Sacco present. Moving forward, Mr. Causey would treat every meeting as an opportunity to berate and humiliate me. My colleagues would act as Mr. Causey's behavior wasn't that bad and that I somehow deserved it, because since it was only happening to a handful of us. Mr. Causey would decide verbal assault would not be enough. At the high heel drag queen race in 2022, while I was staffing Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie, Mr. Causey would allegedly assault me, shoving me roughly from behind with the intention of me hitting the pavement face first. I was in complete shock that Mr. Causey was emboldened enough to physically put his hands on me, on my person, filling me with anger and making it clear that he was escalating, that my safety and life was now threatened. I filed a police report and I disclosed to yourself, Council Members Pinto, McDuffie, and Chairman Mendelson about the incident. I'd also inform OANC and OAGs as ways to protect myself. I'd get the same frustrating answer without codified legislation and bullying and harassment. I was stuck out in the cold and would have to deal with it myself. Mr. Causey is escalating and threatening violence once again towards colleagues due to not getting his way on issues around the Aston. Actions and behaviors displayed bordered on disgust, race baiting, dog whistling, shouting obscenities during ANC 2A's July 26th meeting, threatening Chairperson Jim Malek with physical violence. His actions emboldened Mr. Baron Seeger, CEO, World Food Program USA, to lob a racist comment directed to myself. Only one Patel allowed, with reactions from horror from attendees and met with silence from Commissioners Causey and Comer. While I wasn't silent on the issue of Mr. Causey's treatment towards myself and others, I still followed the political protocols and performed the work and tried to keep the chaos behind closed doors. I love DC and I wanted to ensure that it is a DC that is equitable, safe, and just for all. I respected the institution that is ANC 2A and felt the pressure of upholding the legacy of chairs William Kennedy Smith, Patrick Kennedy, and James Harnett. These kind and wonderful men accomplished so much to make ANC 2A a well-respected force in DC. I feel like a failure since I couldn't contain the dysfunction and watch ANC 2A lose all respect and credibility among stakeholders. The community members and my colleagues, Yannick Omicton, Deja Bandy, and Jim Melek, have had to endure bullying, intimidation, and harassment. While other colleagues have expressed disdain for concerns raised around bullying and have in fact started to be bullies as well. Ed Comer, who stated, "I don't care when I disclosed about my alleged assault," and he has repeatedly attempted to berate me in public meetings and committing microaggressions of interrupting me when I'm speaking. Jordan Nassar pushes false narratives about my character and has, in an ANC citywide email, attempted to be rude and nasty, which provoked many colleagues to reach out independently to express their empathy and, most importantly, their disturbance and the level of equanimity leveled at me. This unapologetic statement will cause, for the remainder of this term, a fracture within ANC 2A that cannot be mended. I will be viewed as the one that caused the explosion of the commission into pieces. The tacit complicity, bullying, and harassment and silence from colleagues Evelyn, Hudson, Jordan Nassar, and Ed Comer is deafening. They send a message they condone Mr. Causey's action and behavior. Staying silent and protecting the institution isn't worth the price of my mental health or physical safety. I'm seeing Commissioners Omicton and Bandy's mental health declining and feeling less inclined to participate and just start going through the motion to survive the term. The key to our mental health and physical safety is to be transparent about what is happening and to have all stakeholders work together on a solution so that this never happens again. I, along with others, are bracing ourselves on the retaliation we'll endure at the hands of Mr. Causey in the forms of a lawsuit and gaslighting, etc. This is uncharted territory, but it's time for DC council members to be courageous and stop staying silent on the issue on the bullying and harassment.
Ms. Patel,
The issue is, yes,
I
council
apo-
member,
you're
I'm
about
almost done.
double your time. So
I'm
gonna add
so
the time.
sorry. I'm
Yes.
so sorry. I promise I have like 45 seconds. I will really like race through it. I'm so sorry. This is uncharted territory, but it's time for the DC Council members to be courageous and stop saying silent on the issue, on the bullying and harassment. This issue is deep and pervasive. We all want to see the institution that is the ANC to survive. I'm literally risking my mental health and safety so that action can be taken to address bullying and harassment that occurs, and it should be proactive versus reactive. There is a piece in the pieces of the shattering. I've caused from the breaking of my silence on this. There wasn't a lighthouse to guide me through this, but I'll serve as one to help guide others who have experienced bullying and harassment. As I pick up the pieces, I'll build a bridge of transparency, cooperation, and collaboration towards change. I am the person who will always be part of the movement that is built for battle. I invite all of you to be part of the movement to change and shift the ANC to work for all of us. We are stronger together, and if we stand united, then reform can happen with intense public pressure and oversight. Let's get to work and build something we can be proud of. Thank you for giving me a lot of additional time. My apologies, but this was a really, really important thing for me to say for you on the record. So thank you for your indulgence.
It was and is important. I would disagree about silence. If I were in your position, I would feel exactly the same way. And I hate that we haven't been able to figure out a resolution here. We've talked to you, had meetings with my staff, for those who haven't been in those meetings. Free speech is protected by the Constitution. Threats and many other things are already illegal. So trying to figure out what it is we can do legally that would fix this is where we have had some difficulty. If you would, Ms. Patel, what actions from censure or anything has your commission taken any formal actions? Not individual commissioners, but has the commission censured Commissioner Causey or taken other actions as a full commission?
So I'm glad you asked that, Councilmember White. So we're supposed to be a commission of 9 people, and we at this point have 3 absentee commissioners, which means that we don't have the ability to do and get the numbers that we need to actually do a formal action of censure against him. As I've said, at least 3 to 4 of the sitting commissioners, tacitly condone his behavior. They have quietly said they don't like it, but they don't want to take such a public and formal action against him in censorship. So in the meantime, about 4 of us have to try to maintain our mental health and still try to forge through and carry on the district's work.
I understand that. I mean, the body is who really needs to act first. Outside of that, though, MPD has authority with respect to at least one of the things you mentioned was a physical assault for certain threats. So between the Office of the Attorney General, MPD, and BEGA, which are various applicable law enforcement entities here, have you mentioned OAG in your testimony? What about MPD for assaults and threats? What has been your involvement with them on this?
So I did file a police report for the record. I can submit that with my testimony. The detective who's handling my case said that it's up to the U.S. Attorney's Office whether or not they'll pursue charges against Mr. Causey. And right now, the U.S. Attorney's Office is backed up with the prosecution of all the January 6th cases. So as far as I've been told, I'm told that the case is still pending, that the U.S. Attorney's Office has made no decision. But, they've warned me that, even though I've done everything to protect my back, the sad reality is they're like, well, he hasn't done anything severe enough. And that's been what's been really frustrating. When I talked to the Office of Attorney General, they said that they're only enforcers of the law, and there's nothing legislatively that protects ANCs from bullying and harassment. And that was the exact same response I got from BEGA.
And if you sort of had a magic wand within sort of, you know, the bounds of what we can do legally, constitutionally, what in your ideal world, what would the OANC or the council do in this situation?
So if I had a magic wand, so from what everybody is telling me, they're saying like legislation needs to be put forward. And so that's where people, amazing people like you come in, Councilmember Robert White. And so first of all, like we need to update everything that's the rules and regulations around advisory neighborhood commissioners. I mean, this entity is 40 years old. What the incident that I've discussed pertaining to myself isn't the first. I really hope it's the last. No one should be bullied and harassed at all. But there's been a demand and a thirst for reform on this issue.
But let me push a little bit. What would legislation or reform to do what? 'Cause I'm open to it. I don't know. There are already laws, and I want to know what more we can do. And I don't know at this point, which frustrates me. I know it frustrates you more, but legislation or reform to do what?
Well, I think what it is, you know, with the Secure DC bill, which I'm also weighing in on, like the Councilwoman Pinto is amending legislation to caveat protections and legal consequences for certain professions. Like if you're a first responder, if you're an employee of Metro, if you harass, bully, or retaliate against them, cause them harm in a physical level, there's going to be a stiffer penalty. And so with being unpaid volunteers, a lot of people feel well, because we're unpaid volunteers, we can act like it's the Wild West. So I think number one, like codifying that, you know, we do actually have certain specific protections, you know, in addition to what the current legal system gives us would be a huge start. I think legislation outlining protocols against, you know, if bullying and harassment happens, or, you know, ways to file a complaint, you know, like, you know, I think if there are consequences that are codified into legislation on, you know, behavior, I think that would be a first step. And I mean, we have to start somewhere. And I understand this is an incredibly frustrating process, but I know if it doesn't get solved, I don't think the institution that is the ANC will survive. I mean, we're facing 50% turnover. There is a lot of dissatisfaction amongst ANC commissioners. A lot of them don't feel supported. They don't feel like they're taken seriously. And it's really demoralizing. I mean, I have to take care of my two younger colleagues on the ANC that are Commissioners Omicton and Commissioners Bandy, because this is not shaped up to be an experience that they thought it would be. And, you know, they are doing everything they can to take care of their mental health, but that also means that they're not getting to be active commissioners and weighing in on things and issues that they care about. And so this is the reason why I'm amplifying it, because, you know, you're hearing over and over again that, you know, there is a high turnover rate. And I really believe like the lack of support, you know, and with one of those avenues being bullying and harassment, no recourse, it causes ANC commissioners to leave because we're not paid.
I hear you on that. Let me move to some other issues. I will continue thinking about this hard. Again, you know, the penalties only come into play if prosecutors prosecute, and they're not prosecuting now. And so we could sort of pass a law that changes the consequences, but if we never get to the consequences, the actions don't change. And if, you know, if we do something, I want it to be effective to address exactly what you're dealing with. So I will keep pushing myself on this. Commissioner Paget, I appreciate your testimony. You are right with regard to sort of hybrid meeting technology and other things. Not all commissions have people who have the expertise to do these things. How could OANC be more helpful here, specific to the hybrid meeting kits?
Well, it would be great if DC public libraries and DPR, like rec centers, had meeting rooms that had the technology already in it for the entire community to use, not just the ANCs, right? The kits are just overly complex. I think that there was a simpler solution. I know a few commissioners went and procured their own well, not their own technology, but technology for their own commission that was just a bit more user friendly, and didn't require like an electrical engineering degree to install. So, yeah.
User friendliness is the most important thing.
Yeah.
The centralizing, I think OANC is trying to go there to put it in more centralized places like libraries and other places with meeting spaces. But I hear you about the user friendliness of the technology. The issue of grants, I'm going to ask OANC a number of questions about the grants. This has been an issue. We've heard it about a lot. OANC has denied 46 grants. I think there are two contributing factors here. One, there was a change in the law just a couple years ago that said for grants, they can't be citywide and can't be specific to a person, have to benefit the entire ANC. That gets to be tight. My guess is that OANC is, and then during the pandemic, we loosened all the restrictions. And so then that created more confusion. I think OANC is trying to pull people back to what the law says, and changes here. I'm going to ask OANC this because I need to learn a bit more, but it may require changes to the law as opposed to OANC's enforcement.
I do also want to note that on page 98 of the pre-hearing packet that you have, that OANC stated the reason that the grant that I mentioned was denied was that they met with the planners of the exhibit. However, no ANC submitted a grant application for review. ANC 3C sent a staff person ANC 3F's application, which ANC 3F never sent. If this was an error in a form and not an error in a fundamental, that was something we could have easily changed, but that was not what we were told.
Right.
We were told that it was like the principle of the matter.
I understand that.
So it's just, it was a lot of time on everybody's part too.
But can you remind me, I caught the, when you were denied September 29th, when did you submit it and what was sort of the relevant time period?
So the organizers in the community of the exhibit, which was the consortium of the interfaith networks, some of the other community organizations, they had been meeting with OANC for months prior to, coming and formalizing their presentation to us on this. So we voted on the resolution on July 17th. We submitted it to OANC on July 19th. We hadn't heard anything in the interim that there is a problem or back and forth or a need for further information. And then we got an email out of the blue on September 9th saying no. So we could have potentially have issued the money and, been in trouble in the back end for it.
Okay. This is something I'm determined for us collectively to get a handle on. What's happening right now, what needs to change, whether that's within OANC or with the law, or commissioners just saying, all right, these are the rules. We need to figure out what it is and get everyone on the same page, and it needs to work for commissioners.
Right. And OAG also weighed in on the last resolution that we sent asking for clarification. OANC responded to ANC 3C's resolution, and then OAG kind of responded to a resolution out of 4B that was similar to ours because they had been denied several grants. And so I'll include that along with.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, totally.
And Adam Prenzo, you picked up on the other major issue we're going to be spending some time with OANC, and that is the quarterly financial reporting software. This is another thing that's had a lot of back and forth and has resulted in a lot of understandable frustration from commissioners, who most of whom are not financial experts. So the auditor, when the auditor had to take over this function, was using something, I think the previous director rejected it. Now Director Bates is trying to bring back what the auditor used. At the end of the day, it needs to work for commissioners because it's a tough job and folks don't have time or expertise to address some of these challenges. So we've got to figure out with some finality and quickness what we need to do here with regard to the quarterly financial reporting system that we use. So I don't have a question there. I want you to know I have some questions for OANC, but before I wrap up this panel, did you have anything to add?
Well, I just like for our last meeting, we were sent a QFR. I think it was 2 or 3 hours prior to the meeting start, and it obviously led to some commissioners being cautious and whether or not they should vote for it because we didn't have the opportunity to really review it. I mean, and when asked what was the penalty if we submitted it late, it was like, oh well, we would either be skipped on our allotment or we would have a reduction in our allotment. Well, if it's not really our fault that we're submitting it late because we got it 2 hours before a meeting, I think that the penalties need to be looked at as well.
I appreciate that. I mean, that's frustrating. I think a lot of things are moving in the right direction. There certainly are some things, particularly in the transition, that we've got to tighten up, and so we'll be a partner in helping to tighten those things up so they work for commissioners. And we may have to call on some commissioners for counsel or support in this because I don't use the system, and so ultimately it's not successful unless it works for you all. So you may hear from us as we try to work through that with the OANC. But commissioners, I want to thank you for joining us, for touching on some of the challenges that we've got to figure out. These are 3 serious and substantial challenges that we've got to work through. So thank you for being part of this hearing.
Thank you.
With that, we are going to turn to the Director of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissioners, Director Kent Bass. And before you sit down, Director, or if you want to sit down first, that's fine. I do want to swear you in as we do our government witnesses, and anyone from your team who may be answering questions would swear them in now. I would ask that you each raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. Director, you can begin your testimony when you are ready, and welcome. And I know your team, but I hope you will start by introducing them.
Sure. I'm happy to introduce the team with me today. To my right, hopefully you've had a chance to meet her. I believe you have, is Denise Wichter, our new general counsel that came on board at the July 31st of 2023. And to her right is my special assistant, Kathy Williams. So good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the Committee on Housing. I welcome the opportunity to be here today. The statutory mission, as you know, of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions is to provide technical, administrative, and financial reporting assistance to our ANCs. The OANC does not have enforcement or supervisory authority over our commissions, nor does the statute entitle the OANC to discipline or remove elected commissioners. The statute does make the OANC the primary source of advice for commissioners, and as such, we have leaned into this role to publish and distribute a growing body of advice and guidance leading to improved ANC operations across the district. During the 2023 performance oversight hearing, I identified 5 top priorities for the OANC in 2024. While the OANC still has a tremendous amount of work before us to achieve the level of support and shared services I believe every commission needs, I am pleased to report that in the past year, the OANC has made significant progress on our highest priorities. The first priority was to complete a strategic plan for the OANC. This past year, we worked diligently on a strategic plan, partnering with a small number of commissioners we were able to complete a draft plan and distribute it for public comment at the beginning of January 2024. Our goal is to engage with all stakeholders in the coming months so that we can amend the draft to ensure that it aligns with commissioners' needs as we finalize it. Even in its draft state, we have already received positive feedback in many areas, indicating that we will not have to wait for the final plan in order to move forward where there is concurrence. The second priority was to fill the OANC's 4 vacant positions, especially the general counsel. A chief obstacle to doing this was the availability of office space. In the final months of FY23, we were able to remove an interior wall and reconfigure the OANC office, increasing our capacity by 3 workstations. This is sufficient for us to fulfill this mission. And I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to Nyasha Smith, Jermaine Taylor, and Larry Cooper, who were instrumental in helping our office achieve this goal. At the same time, we hired an admin assistant and our general counsel, both of whom have been instrumental in improving the internal operations and expanding ANC services. Our general counsel has been a key to improving FOIA support and advice to commissions. And while I didn't mention it, she's also jumped into reviewing grant applications prior to the ANCs voting on them for those who are able to get them to us. And we have advertised that we would like to see them per statute at the same time they're submitted to the ANCs. In addition to these 2 positions, we have interviewed and selected a land use attorney who is scheduled to start on February 25th. And we are working with DCHR to fill our final vacancy, a technical trainer. DCHR has completed the classification of the position, and we are working towards getting that opening advertised. At this time, we have submitted everything except the interview questions, so we would expect that to be advertised in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Our third priority was the acquisition of hybrid meeting technology to support ANC meetings. In August 2023, the OANC took delivery of 8 hybrid meeting kits. Each kit includes every piece of equipment necessary to run a hybrid meeting in any given space. While the kits are portable, the size of the cases and the number of pieces makes their portability difficult. To better facilitate access to the kits, we are working with the DC Library and other partners to strategically store kits where they are accessible to ANCs. To date, 4 kits are stored remotely, 1 at MLK Library, 1 in Mount Pleasant, 1 at the Chevy Chase Community Center, and as of earlier this week at the Rise Center in Ward 8. Between August 2023 and January 31st, 2024, the OANC's hybrid meeting technology has been used by 10 ANCs in support of 26 meetings as outlined in our pre-hearing submission. Depending upon our budget, we will be exploring options to expand this service in 2024 as the feedback from the ANCs that have used the equipment has been incredibly positive. I would also like to point out that where we have deployed kits, we can also deploy staff to assist the ANCs in setting up and running the kits without me personally being there. In fact, before this hearing is over, one of our staff members will be up in Petworth at Roosevelt setting up a kit for their meeting tonight. Our fourth priority was to update the OANC website and explore ways to provide basic websites for the ANCs that need them. To this end, we have partnered with Octo and are working on an integrated web page structure currently targeted with an April 2024 delivery date. While we eagerly await a new web environment, it is not preventing us from exploring our current website to expand the data available on it. In addition to content available on the OANC website a year ago, we have enhanced the financial data available on the site. In addition to ANC quarterly financial reports, we have added ANC minutes, release memos, and budgets for the FY23. We have also established a forms repository and quick tips library, both of which are expanding. Under my leadership, we are also have established guidance memorandums to share with the ANCs, and those are also available on our website. And lastly, we have established a reports repository which we also expect to grow over time. Those would be both for printing usage reports are going up there, as well as the report out from our survey of ANCs and how they're using social media and websites. Our last priority was to launch a web-based quarterly financial reporting software, which was long in the works. We encountered a number of challenges implementing the software in 2023, with challenges being both technical in nature and related to procurement. Nonetheless, we have solved those issues, and as of this month, the software is live and treasurers are currently being trained. Again, the initial response from the treasurers who have received the training has been quite positive. In addition to these priorities, we also successfully installed a printer for the ANCs on June 7th, 2023, and between that date and December 31st of 2023, a total of 28,238 copies have been made by commissioners. Of this total, 5,656 copies were in black and white and 22,582 copies were in color. While the progress the OANC has made in the past year is exciting, I predict it will pale in comparison to what lies ahead in the coming year. The onboarding of our land use attorney will permit the office to implement the Advisory Neighborhood Commission's Participation in Planning Amendment Act, and which our general counsel has already dipped her toe in a little bit by providing land use guidance for commissioners reaching out to her in the interim. We will also move forward to both complete our strategic plan and implement it. The strategic plan sets out both short and long-term goals and objectives related to services provided by the OANC. The plan encompasses both objectives to improve internal operations of the OANC, as well as services and programs designed to support operations of advisory neighborhood commissions. Among the many goals in the plan that are critical is a review of all workflows, policies, manuals, and training related to financial oversight and ANC treasurer duties. Now, with a year of experience in this role behind me, I'm convinced that we can make significant improvements that lessen the workload of ANC treasurers, improve our processes, and minimize disallowance to ANCs. I thank you for the support you continue to provide to our ANCs and the OANC. I am, of course, happy to discuss any of the information OANC submitted prior to this hearing, as well as answer any questions you may have that have arisen from testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, and thank you to your team. Let me start by clarifying something I may have not has been as clear as I meant it to be in my opening statement. I am glad to hear testimony from commissioners and the public about what more they want to see from OANC, about their frustrations. I think we're always going to get feedback, and I want that feedback. But the difference in this agency over the past couple of years, and particularly over the past year, has been night and day. This agency is moving quickly. It's moving in the right direction. There are a number of things that were taking too long, were not taking shape that are now. And I think we all recognize we still have a ways to go, but I've been excited and encouraged to see the progress. And I tend to be very frank when I feel like things are not working well, and I try to be vocal, and I think that they are. And again, that is not to disregard any of the critiques we heard from public witnesses, but these hearings used to be a lot of ANCs telling me the same thing year after year about what they wanted to see. So I appreciate the hard work that all of you are putting into this. The draft strategic plan, which is now public for review and comment, it is robust. I think 76 pages, if I remember correctly. The committee originally funded this planning process several years ago. Can you talk to me, Director, about how you arrived at this draft and what the next steps of the process will look like?
Sure. Actually, I'm glad you started there because I love talking about the strategic plan. The current plan was derived by creating a very small working group. I recall about, I want to say 5 or 6 members. We we knew that we couldn't have a very large, robust group because we would never get to a place where we had a final document. Because of this, there was not representation from every ward, which initially was a concern of mine. But what we tried to do is find as balanced representation as we could for geography, years of service. For instance, we included Andy Litsky, who's a former commissioner, very knowledgeable. We included a Ward 5 commissioner who this was her very first year, and so she did not have any preconceived notions. And I would say the reason that I did not see this as an issue is because we needed a plan. We needed to get to that endpoint. And from the very beginning, it was intended that we would reach the point where we are now, where all 345 commissioners can have something to react to, can tell us what we got right, can tell us what we didn't get right, can tell us where we need to do better. The target audience, I think, is the commissioners, because they're the ones with the practical experience. Kind of in the back of my head, I was thinking of the comprehensive plan and how OP issues a plan and then receives all this public feedback. So it's not limited to commissioners. If any member of the public wants to, former commissioner, someone who's been hyper-focused on improving services to the ANCs, they're all welcome to submit comments to the plan as well. What I would like to do to move towards finalizing the plan, and I think this is a good opportunity to pivot, is, as you may recall, I really do want to set up an advisory board. And I think that perhaps an advisory board that does have representation from all 8 wards, this would be the time to set that up. And one of their first tasks would be to take the feedback we get and help us finalize that plan. So therefore, we're not relying on the core group that helped us develop it. We have a fresh set of people, fresh set of commissioners, if you will, with different ideas. And that way they're not married to, shall we say, they're not entrenched in making sure that some of the recommendations that were earlier put in there are preserved, right? Like, we need this to be adaptable. And in the long term, I really want the strategic plan to be a living document, right? It needs to be updated regularly. We need to be able to measure off of it, and we need to be able to add new priorities as they come up.
I appreciate it. I think that type of, what did you call it? You didn't say working group, advisory board, I think is the right thought. Having commissioners at the various sort of milestone steps, I think also helps with buy-in. You're right, you can't have everybody at the table. It won't be productive. And creating a separate entity than the one that helped draft it, I think is smart, because, like you said, they're not married to what they presented. So I like this idea quite a lot. As we look forward to the end of the fiscal year, through the end of this fiscal year, and into next year, are there additional resources that the OANC needs to finalize the strategic plan?
No, I don't believe so. I am happy to report that the strategic plan to date, I know that you were wonderful enough to have a very ample budget for the strategic plan. To date, we have spent nothing on the strategic plan. We've been able to produce this with our own resources and the resources of working with other commissioners. So to finish it, we can continue that process, and it will not take financial commitment to finish it.
And what about implementation? I know we're still at the draft stage, but I think some of the timelines are coming up. Are there additional resources OANC will need to start implementing the plan as you move towards finalizing it?
You know, you may have me there. I'll have to look again and see. I though it's not on the website, I did create a separate document where I collected everything together to put them in one timeline, because it's kind of hard to see 6 different timelines. my commitment to you is that I will look to see if anything in the next year has financial implications. I can get them to you following this hearing and definitely before the budget oversight hearing.
I think that's the most crucial timeline is ahead of the budget oversight hearing. So I appreciate that. And now, or, we can get to this at the budget oversight hearing as well. One thing I'd like to know is what the council should be focusing on legislatively over the next year to support your office in the ANCs. Now, the strategic plan, the point was so that we could sort of have a comprehensive view of what the needs are and move them forward piece by piece. But if you have doubts now or again at the budget oversight hearing, I would like to know in the coming fiscal year or even over the remainder of this fiscal year, what the council should be focused on legislatively to support these efforts.
The only thing that comes to mind immediately is one thing that is of a little bit of concern to me, and it's not that we don't have the ability to cover it in FY24, but as far as a long-term concern, so maybe FY25, 26, with redistricting, we grew, I believe, about 51 SMDs or 51 commissioners, and that impact rippled through the entire system and essentially resulted in 65 Microsoft licenses for the emails that Octo has identified us as being on the hook for. I'm still trying to dig through that to understand what the funding is for everything other than those 65, because that could be telling. But right now, it's about $40,000. I included it in my submission as a potential MOU, and this year it will be converted to an MOU. But when I look at the statute, as far as the OANC, we are responsible for providing technical support and assistance to government emails. It doesn't necessarily say we're responsible for providing government emails. So the question will have to come up. We'll need a decision on ultimately who should be paying for those licenses and where that funding should come from. It's not going to be an impact this year, but it does impact things like the technical assistant fund and funds that would be available otherwise to commissioners, which I know is not the intent of that fund.
That's right. Do you know what the cost per license or for all 65 is by chance?
For all 65, it's right around 40,000.
Okay. All right. Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Well, but I will also say too, there's a lot of value in that. It's not just email access. It's the full Microsoft suite. It's Forms. It's Teams. It's a lot of tools that commissions, if they leverage, and some commissioners do, they can do a lot of engagement with their community.
All right. And this coincides with something raised by Commissioner Elkins. Next year in the draft plan, you want to expand orientation to all newly hired district employees and then establish an annual State of ANC's event. Do you have examples in mind of situations where district government employees could have been better informed about ANCs?
To me, I think the best place to start would be the liaisons. So the mayor is, mayoral agencies are required to provide ANC liaisons. Some of them are excellent. Some of them perhaps have not had any interaction with ANCs in advance. And so I think that would be the best place for us to start, is maybe bring them together. It could be one event, it could be multiple events throughout the year, because sometimes they change, just to say, what are ANCs? What are their primary duties? What are they going to be? What types of things are they going to be asking you and your agency to look into? And what questions might you have and how to accomplish that? I think that, again, we're not in a position where we can regulate, mandate, or demand a mayoral agency to do things. But I think this makes a lot of sense, and they will want to do something like this because it's ultimately going to make their jobs easier too.
Okay, yeah, so between the proposed expansion of the orientation to district employees and the proposed orientation program for MOKers and agency ANC liaisons. I think we're getting at the concern that Commissioner Elkins raised, but that does, take some work, some ongoing work to keep those systems moving.
Yeah, and if I might add one other thing too, again, while it may not be a requirement unless, of course, the council decides it's a requirement. If we could find some on-demand orientation for new hires that DCHR, one of the many videos. I know when I first was onboarded, I had to watch a series of videos. I can be honest, being hired as the executive director of the Office of ANCs, there isn't a single orientation I encountered that had anything really to do with ANCs. So it was something I was paying attention to.
Is that something your office could take the lead on doing?
I think if we can work with DCHR to find out what does that look like and how can it be on their platform to be an optional resource, if not required, absolutely.
I don't think anybody's going to do it if it's optional.
Well, I'd say that's where it kind of comes in from your side. Like if it is legislatively required that all new hires have to take it, then absolutely. If it's not something that's mandated, then the best we can do is have something up there that's optional.
Okay, I'm open to mandating it. Later this year and next year, you're proposing trying to get a better process to find office space for ANCs and getting shared support staff. What are you hearing from ANCs about the need for office space and staff and their ability or lack of ability to find those?
Yeah, the two that come to mind immediately are 1A and I believe 8F, if that's the new one. In both cases, there's been a significant amount of frustration. As you know, the mayor is by statute required to make office space available when it exists. The difficulty we have had in the process is identifying who is the key point person at DemPed, I believe it is. I have found someone that when I reach out to, they let me know who the primary person is, but when the commissions talk to that person, they don't necessarily get timely feedback. Now, understanding that office space isn't always available and government buildings are where government buildings are, and not all commissions have them conveniently located. That said, it should be a very predictable process, right? You should know who to contact. You should know what the paper is you fill out. You should be getting a response back on whether it's available or whether it's not. And we're just having difficulty with that. And I think that in fairness, and I think we all have been there, when a process isn't predictable and you're not hearing back, you get very frustrated very quickly. And the alternative, like the flip side of that too, is when space isn't available, I believe the statute says the mayor may make funds available through a reprogramming. And is it about 900? I think it's under 1,000. So there's no real process that I'm aware of for how you would even request that reprogramming.
And so today, I lost track of what happened, what's happening during COVID. Today, some commissions use public space and some lease on their own, or do they do it through Department of General Services?
It's a mix. We have some commissions that have their own office space, which they rent. Some commissions have subleased space within a local community, business or nonprofit. I know 8C has an office at the Rice Center, which I believe they got through a community benefit agreement. And then we have commissions that don't believe they need an office at all because they don't see anyone ever come in there. But it does, and so they're like, why are we renting space if there's nothing really there? But it does also raise other issues. While many agencies will notify you by email, not all agencies do. DHCD always sends it certified mail. So if you have something coming from them and you don't have a mailbox and you don't have an office, where is it going? You're supposed to have a place where the checkbook is. You're supposed to have a place where any constituent can review your financial records if they have a question about your financial records. So while many of these tasks may be able to be facilitated through just scheduling a meeting at a Starbucks or a local restaurant, that's still not ideal. So I still think that there is a need for some kind of physical space, and it would be helpful if we knew what that process was to request it.
Okay. Something I'm excited about, trying to hold my excitement until I see it. Anticipated new websites for OANC by the end of May. Are you still on track on that timeline?
As far as I know, we are. Last time I talked to Octo, they said we were still on track. It's always possible it could slip by a couple of weeks, but we went through a series of meetings, included most of the staff actually, and looked at other government websites to see what we liked, what we didn't like, and we've given them a lot of feedback. Yeah, I'm really excited about it too. I can't tell you how much I dislike our current website, and that is reserved.
And what will be the differences, particularly for users of the website?
Well, I think the first thing is it's going to be easier to navigate. But also I see it as a platform to bring more transparency to more government documents than we have right now. For instance, you know, me being me, I've kind of been playing with our current site to see what some of those sections should be looking like and what documents should be there. But I know I may have to redo some of that work when we're in a new environment. But for instance, for the financial page, which is really kind of clunky, we went from providing access to approved QFRs to this year. I've been including all the minutes because again, that's important. We've been improving the release memos. The release memos, if you're interested in fiscal responsibility, are a good place to see why funds that were disallowed, or more, and even more importantly, when they were restored, why they were restored. So if, for fiscal accountability, they're really useful. Also have been putting the budgets up there that we've received. I also think that while they're not on our current website, something that really has to be there too are the annual reports. Like some commissions put a lot of work in those annual reports, and yeah, they may put them on their websites. But it's been my observation that more often than not, because the mayor's done a really good job of promoting the mayor's portal, sometimes they get submitted to the mayor's resolution portal, but no one's ever going to go to the resolution portal looking for the annual report. So I think it's a great way to include that. We also discussed with Octo the need to have like inner relationships between certain pages so that if we update the calendar on the OANC page, then it would automatically update the calendar on the ANC page because they're pointing to the same data, right? That way it avoids confusion when a constituent's trying to figure out where's the meeting and what time is it. Like right now, it's possible that they'll go to the ANC page, which hasn't been updated, and then ours, which may have, and now they have two different dates and two different times and they don't know what to do.
I think that'll be helpful and very welcome from commissions. And you're also proposing to have new standard websites for all ANCs available. Is that right?
Yeah, the way we've looked at this is the project, as I put it to Octo, was we need to be able to support every commission that wants a website, because some of them don't. With at the same time, if a commission has invested a lot of time, money, and energy into a site that they like, rather than replace it, we should link to it so that it isn't really in the environment, but it's close to the environment. So over the next year, as we roll it out, we're going to have to work with each commission to see what works. But I know a number of the commissions I've talked to in Ward 7 are excited about this. In particular, you know, I know one or two in Ward 8 that really aren't too interested in this, but, you know, I think the best time to have the conversation is when they actually see something and see how it works and how it doesn't work. The other thing that I think is really important too is because we're working with Octo, is Octo would then update they would do system updates and software updates that's included in the support. So that's not work that the commission would have to do.
And I'm sorry, very quickly on this, can you accomplish this within your existing budget?
Yeah, this year, yes. And probably next year too. I've looked a couple years in advance and we're good.
Excellent. And according to the draft strategic plan, all ANCs should have access to Zoom already. Do they?
They don't. We have given it to about 6 ANCs right now. I actually reached out to Octo again this morning. The reason is we were originally going to do it as an MOU, and I believe that Octo now wants to do it as, they said, an RTS. But we don't want to just send out the invitations to the commissions and have them open their own Zoom accounts and have them automatically migrated. We need to let them know what's going to happen, and then let them know that if for any reason they don't want to integrate their account, we need to give them that option. I don't want to be heavy-handed and just have them all access their accounts and then realize they've been taken over by the
Right.
government.
That's fair. And sort of on technology, ANC social media usage, you want to establish policies there. What's the appropriate role of OANC on establishing policies for ANC social media?
Well, we of course would reach out to, and I think we have reached out to BEGA and even Campaign Finance because they've made some rulings on tweets in the past. What we want to do is present what I would consider to be best practices. Clearly, we're not a regulatory agency. We don't mandate anything. But we know from the calls that we've received and the emails we get, we know where the frustrations are, and we know where, people have been asking for guidance. 2A in particular has asked repeatedly on what's the appropriate use of Twitter, because they were sharing an executive director with 2B, which got fined for a tweet several years ago. So, these are resources that just about any elected official in the city uses, and yet we have some commissions that are afraid to use them for fear of retribution or fines if they use them improperly. So I think we have to lean into the role to just figure out what is best practices and point out within those best practices which agencies would be your primary point of contact for certain advice, right? Like we could give advice, but if it's a BEGA violation, then BEGA is going to fine you, and
Right.
BEGA is the appropriate agency to discuss it with.
Right,
Like
but
we
if
can't
it-
give their advice.
Yeah, okay. But BEGA can have input on the proposed social media policies.
Mhm.
Last thing I'll say on the strategic plan, my biggest concern is that it's big, and I want to make sure what you and commissioners produce is sort of achievable and implementable.
Yep.
And so that's one of my big concerns. So as you move through the process, I will leave it to you all to make that determination. But I think none of us want to see a big, great document go on the shelf with a lot of other government big, great documents. So I think we want to be careful there. I want to talk now about key performance measures. I've seen a notable uptick in written guidance documents for ANCs, including a playbook, guidance on social media, guidance on shared commission resources, and others. I've not seen a significant increase in on-demand trainings available on your YouTube page or website over the last several months. Will filling your remaining vacant position support ANC training videos and help you kind of get more of those online?
Short answer is yes. The technical trainer was the last one to be hired just based on other needs, not because it was lesser important, but because we certainly needed a general counsel and land use attorney. my vision for this is that it needs to be somebody who has the skills and ability to create training from scratch. They need to be able to do on-demand training or videos a little bit more professionally than just recording what we're doing. I think that we will probably always record any training we do in a hybrid fashion or online fashion because people like to go back to things. But we do need those 10-minute on-demand refreshers. There's no doubt about it. So, yeah, I mean, I do want that training person to be doing on demand as well as creating, I don't want them to be primarily a go-between to facilitate training that already exists in other agencies. I need them to have the ability to develop training that just doesn't exist.
When will that person start? I think in your draft it's March 1st. Is that a realistic timeline at this point?
It could be a realistic timeline, and I tried to be realistic where I could. As I said in my opening statement, the only thing I have left to give to DCHR is the list of questions that we want them, the proposed interview questions, and then DCHR will have everything they need to post the position, but all other pieces are done.
Okay. So I want to, last sort of major subject I want to talk about is ANC financial management and grants. We heard some testimony there. I've heard some other concerns. You have as well. Your response notes that you're considering whether the newly re-implemented QFR software, quarterly financial reporting software, is the right solution long-term. This has been a bit of an ordeal over the past several years. As I understand, the DC Auditor's Office used this software. Then it was scrapped by the former director in favor of doing it in-house. Now it's been adopted again. Not sure you're convinced about it. So where are we going and how are we getting there?
Well, I'm open to being convinced. I know that this was a choice that was made prior to my onboarding. So I've been committed to at least get us to a place where we're reaping the benefits of that investment. We had a number of challenges this year, which have been solved, and the software is live and available for treasurers to use as we speak. So I'm happy to say that. But one of the challenges that gives me pause about a long-term solution is that there were instances where working with a vendor, everything seemed to be good, everything seemed to be ready to go, and then they had to do a security scan. And when they did the security scan, because it's on the other side of the firewall, issues would arise and we didn't get them resolved quickly. It seemed like there was a disconnect in the communication between the vendor and Octo, and didn't get really moving again until I got pulled into it to kind of say, well, what's going on here? So it seems to me that Octo, again, I want to do a cost analysis and I want to review how it works this year very closely because, and I think that it will be a stable platform that we want to keep at least 3 years because, again, we're investing a lot of energy in getting our documents there. But I think while it's operating, it is in our best interest to see if there's an alternative path. Is there something that could have been built in-house where maybe we don't have firewall issues and we actually own our own data? I'm sure that that would be possible. I mean, if we can work with Octo to build our own website, certainly that I think should have been on the table.
Do you know roughly how much was invested in this system?
Offhand, I don't, but I think the numbers were in the pre-hearing, so maybe I can find them before the close.
Don't worry too much about it. I just want to make sure we are looking to have a system that works for commissioners and not looking to keep the system because it's what we have. Sometimes we make mistakes and I jump on agencies when they do this. But there's been a lot of transition here. You would know better than me, but what I feel like I'm hearing from commissioners is too complex. So if the complexities are fixable, okay. But if the system is just complex and is causing real anguish for commissioners, I would want us to be looking at a more permanent direction.
My truthful answer to that would be that I don't think that the system will prove to be too complex. I think that the process this year, as we've been trying to provide support while implementing the system, has been too complex. I don't disagree with that. But now that the system is officially live and officially launched, I think that the commissioners, the treasurers in particular, will find it much simpler, and we'll have an excellent opportunity to get some direct feedback because we have scheduled chairs and treasurers training for February 25th, and going over this new system will be a key part of that.
Okay. Well, we'll continue to listen to commissioners and to OANC on this. I think all of us share the same end goal, which is just a system that works for commissioners who are not, most of them, financial experts. 11 different ANCs have had proposed allotments disallowed due either to not doing the necessary reporting or due to issues with documentation in FY23. Does that mean that the law needs to change? Does it mean OANC needs to change its training or its policies, or does it mean that ANCs themselves just need to step up?
A little of both, or a little of all. What we can control and what we do need to control, and that's, I alluded to this in my opening statement. Now that I've survived the first annual cycle and had an opportunity to observe what the typical ebb and flow is, with regards to ANC annual allotments, I think that the OANC needs to be working diligently to get every last document it can, and to be working with the commissions to cure outstanding issues much earlier. And I know some of that is not for lack of trying at the OANC. Sometimes the ANCs have not been responsive. But if we're going to be collecting minutes, again, we need minutes as part of the QFR package if it reflects approval of expenditures. So if we're going to be collecting minutes to put up on the website anyway, which historically we have not done, that will get ahead of the minutes issue. Receipts can sometimes be problematic. And I will say that if we can do pre-review of grant applications, which is the road we're going to go down, and Denise has been doing that since she's been brought on. That has been helpful to get ahead of some of those issues and provide the ANCs with opportunities to cure. So yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to fully solve the issue of ANCs that are unresponsive to requests, and they're not who you would think they would be. Some of them are highly functional ANCs, but just getting their documents is really difficult until the very last moment. But yeah, I think we can try earlier and more diligently.
Okay. We'll collectively track and see how well that works. I think being proactive sounds like the best first step. We would invite feedback from commissions and commissioners to see how well this works. You touched on some of this, but OANC has rejected 46 separate grant requests by ANCs in FY23 and FY24. And my office has certainly heard about it when it looks like there's been a change in standards. What's the position of OANC on this issue right now?
Well, first of all, have there been 46?
The list had 46 in it, but I included on that list, there are 6 of them that were actually phone call inquiries. Some of them were before the ANC considered them. So they're not all, they aren't grants that were awarded by, there's not 46 grants that were awarded by ANCs that were denied.
Got
It's
it.
closer to about 27.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the clarification. So,
So I apologize if I can ask you to repeat your question
yeah,
again.
yes. So 27 separate grant requests that were denied. What's the position of OANC? Why so many denied? And is it a change in interpretation? Is it a lack of understanding? What is it you're seeing from your perspective?
Some of it may be a lack of understanding. I don't think it's a change in interpretation. As you acknowledged, the ANC Omnibus Act of 2016, which was implemented in February of 2017, did tighten the public purpose test. And that's not us. That is us relying on an OAG opinion, which clearly delineates 5 prongs that must be met. What we have done to try to get ahead of this and get right size, and again, we are also going to include grants as a topic in our treasurers and chairs training, but we also issued grant guidelines to reiterate what those prongs were and put it into a format that commissions could then send to applicants to read through and ask questions. Historically, and maybe this was something that was a disservice on our part, is when there were questions, we would frequently provide a copy of Seasoned Settlers, which is an OAG opinion. What I observed is that sometimes the applicants or even the commissioners, when they were reading through Seasoned Settlers, they glossed over the 5 key points, which was really what you needed to take away from it. And instead, they got distracted by the actual grant application that the OAG was reviewing. And there's like, but it's very similar to this. And it's like, well, but it's not, and you're ignoring the part that's really important. I can say, like, for instance, since it came up, for instance, the red line exhibit, one of the reasons that we got involved in that is the exhibitor had requested a grant from 4 different ANCs, all in Ward 3. That really doesn't demonstrate a public benefit primarily to the people who live and work within that ANC area. We don't deny that there would be great benefit to the residents of Ward 3. And everyone has made an argument that it would be beneficial to the residents of Ward 3. But you know, there have been grants in the past where, like, Cure the Streets or Jobs Not Guns have been a program initiated for Ward 1, where they want to hold the event in Adams Morgan, but they've asked Columbia Heights ANC to fund it. And those aren't the people who would primarily benefit from that grant. And so it has failed. And so in that instance, they've moved the event to more directly align with the community that's funding it. With the red line exhibit, we were pretty clear to the exhibitors that the public purpose test, we just need a statement. Will it primarily benefit the residents of 3C, for example? They just would never answer that question. They said, well, we don't know. We're going to do research. We're going to see where the research takes us. It might benefit, you know, it might primarily be 3C, but it might not. It's wherever the research takes us.
Yeah.
And so we couldn't just couldn't get to a public purpose.
I want to take a look at the laws that exist now. I think it is a little complex. It can't be too narrow, can't be too big. To the point you're making now, sometimes you can't predict who's going to show up if you hold the thing. It may or may not primarily be the members of that SMD. You know, this is also public money, and we have to make sure there's a high level of fidelity. But this is something I want to take a look at and work through with OANC. I'm hearing a lot of complaints from commissioners. Some I think are going to your office as well. Some aren't. But I want to work through it and see what makes the most sense. Because there seem to be a lot of challenges. Let me ask one sort of final question that you can't answer now, but you can also answer at the budget hearing. I'd like to know, thank you for including your priorities for last year in your testimony. That was really helpful for me. I'd like to know where agencies are going and then look back and see how close they got. And so looking at this calendar year or fiscal year, I'd like to know what your top 3 priorities are for moving the agency forward. And again, this is a big question. So, we can work through it during your budget hearing as well.
Yeah, to follow up on our previous discussion, I really want to implement the strategic plan. And so I would like to go through there in timeline and just see if there's any fiscal impacts that need to be addressed. And I will do that prior to the budget. I also would like to see if we have enough resources to perhaps expand the hybrid kits by 2. It's been slow, but it's been working out reasonably well, where when we're able to find a place to park a kit, like I said, one of them is in the Chevy Chase Community Center, and it's allowing 3-4G to actually set up their own meetings and host their meetings without any support from us at this point, which is fantastic. And I believe 2C is the same way. We're never going to have 46 kits for 46 ANCs, but I do think that if we partner with our libraries, our rec centers, and our community centers, we can seed them in enough locations where many commissions won't have to move them. And if they do need to be moved, we can facilitate moving them in advance of that meeting, much as we did today. So those are, I recall, about $10,000 a kit. It doesn't sound like an insurmountable amount, and it may be something that we can do within the parameters of what we currently have.
I appreciate that. We may come back to it. I want to make sure these are like the big 3 priorities. These are the things that are going to move the agency and your work forward the most in the next year. Because what I want to make sure we're doing with all our agencies is being clear about where they're going, how we're measuring their success. Looking back at this past year, I'm very pleased with where the agency has gone. Let me turn to my Ward 3 colleague, Matt Fruman. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being so tardy to this hearing. Lots of other things going on today. Chairman White, I really appreciate your focus on the grants. I too think that this is a complicated area, and you get into a thing of who's the primary beneficiary when you can have a bunch of beneficiaries. And I think this is an area that is important to explore, but I'm not going to explore it here. We have a whole bunch of really great ANC commissioners in Ward 3, and a number of them, I believe, testified today. One of them sent on a number of suggestions, and I'm sure you're familiar with Chuck Elkins. And I just wanted to walk through some of the things that he was talking about and see if I can't get a reaction from you on them. One is the idea, and I think it builds off of the land use attorney, that there can be enormous utility for ANCs to have access to a land use lawyer, and that'll arise across all of the ANCs. But another thing that ANCs do, and I remember when I was an ANC, was trying to reach out to the agencies, and always starting from square one, trying to figure out who's the right person. And maybe it's the person who showed up at the meeting, but maybe it's somebody else there at the agency. And then being a voice where, sometimes the feeling is, well, they just want to deal with you. They don't want to respond to you. And there's a way in which ANC commissioners can leverage. One thing they can do is reach out to their council, their ward council representative, and we can help. But you have a vantage point where you're touching all of the ANCs. And so what do you think of the ideas that Mr. Elkins talked about having staff in the office of the ANC that's developing relationships in the agencies and also with the ANCs, so that where there are similar issues that arise in different places, your office would know about it and your office would have the contacts. Did you hear Mr. Elkins' testimony? And I'm curious if you did, what your reaction is.
I did. I think that we do, through all of our interactions on a daily basis, have an idea of who we should be working with at any given agency on any given issue. But we also, our primary point of contact is going to be the liaison to that agency, because the mayor is required to have a ANC liaison. Now, sometimes we know that a liaison may be new, maybe they don't know what the commissioners are, and then that's an opportunity for us to get engaged. I would say too, though, that it's going to depend on the agency. For instance, I think Commissioner Elkins mentioned DDOT, and I could imagine that the primary contact for, say, one commission, if they're focused on dedicated bus lanes, might be different than the contact they need for another commission that's working on bike lanes, may be different than the contact they need in another ANC, which is dealing with a public space issue. These larger agencies, it's not going to be one person. We're going to need to know the whole org chart of who's responsible for what problem so that we could actually make that. And in some ways, we would probably start with the liaison that's required to be dedicated by the executive to say who's the right person for this.
And how often do you play that sort of function where an ANC commissioner is reaching out and asking you for help with an agency, and you're reaching out to that agency liaison trying to play an intermediary role?
I wouldn't say that it's frequent. When a commissioner reaches out to us with an issue, we work the problem and we try to find the right people to answer the question. And sometimes it's a little bit of gumshoeing on our part as well to figure out who the right person is. But I'd also say too, some of the agency's willingness, if I may be frank, may also have a dependency on which commission is asking which question, depending upon if Commission A has demonstrated that they have deep expertise and deep knowledge of what's going on with bike lanes, they may be very willing to have a conversation, whereas a Commission B really doesn't like bike lanes and they don't even want to have the conversation. They just want to know who to talk to tell them not to do it. Then it's like, well, talk to the liaison, right? But that's a discussion that we would need to have with the agency. But I mean, you can see where that can go.
No, I know, but it also sort of goes to the source of frustration that folks experience. And in some ways, it's like it's more a muscle than a gas tank. The more anybody does it, the stronger they get at it. And you guys have the institutional capacity over time to be building relationships. So I could see how ANC commissioners could think, well, that could have utility for them. So Commissioner Elkins put that idea on the table. I just want to lift up that idea and a couple of the others that he raised. I remember hearing, I think it was Randy Speck, who had been very active in the creation of new communication systems. I think the idea was Citizens Lab was going to be some kind of a new communication system that would help ANC commissioners communicate in a two-way basis with their constituents. And then I take it that it did not go forward. Is there any thought to doing something like that? How does that fit into the landscape now?
Well, what we did do is we rolled out Gov Delivery. Now, granted, it's not two-way, but it does do community newsletters. I believe the council uses Gov Delivery for its newsletters as well. and you could put links in there. We do have, because the commissioners have Microsoft licenses, they have access to things like forms, which they could create free surveys, free to them, and be putting those links in there. With regards to Citizen Lab specifically, that would be a really difficult path to go down as far as a tool. I've looked at everything that the OANC has done to date on Citizen Lab. First off, for it to be truly integrated, the the ANC website would have to be hosted by Citizen Lab to be truly integrated. Also, Citizen Lab is a company owned by a company in Belgium, and the ANC certainly doesn't have any restrictions that I'm aware of as far as who they may procure services from. But I don't think we could get it clean hands.
From Citizens Lab, but maybe there's something else like that. But
Yeah.
is your feeling that what exists now is sufficient, or will you be continuing to explore how to improve the technical capacity for ANCs?
Well, my position on just about everything is the future is longer than the past. I think we should always be evaluating what we're currently using. We should always be evaluating new technology as we become aware of it, and we should be testing it to see if it's maybe better and cost effective versus what we're using. So yeah, I'm certainly not opposed to any other solutions, and I never would be.
Wonderful. Another thing that he raised was the advisory committee, and there was an ad hoc advisory committee. I guess that's recently expired, and it could be a little while. But it does seem like, and maybe this grants thing is evidence of it. There can be friction between ANCs and your office, and having an advisory committee, I think, can benefit everyone. What's your timing on reinstating an advisory committee, and is there a way to do it so there's not much of a gap between the expiration of this last one?
The best way to answer that is that there's not really, I don't want to say that we would be reinstating it. Actos was a self-formed committee by commissioners, of commissioners for commissioners. It really had no relationship to OANC, even though they were reviewing a lot of what we did. I am deeply committed to having an advisory board. I think, and as I indicated earlier, I think what I would like to do is constitute one in some form, even if it's very basic and we don't have bylaws, to help us review the comments that we're getting on the strategic plan and help us finalize the strategic plan. I don't think that that's the only thing they would need to focus on, clearly. But I think that we could get something up within a month or two, being pessimistic.
Okay, that's great. Chairman White, can I just go for another minute or two and then I'll be done?
Yep.
Thank you very much. And I'm giving you a break, so I think there's a silver lining there. We had hearings about teacher retention, and one of the things that different folks have done is exit interviews. And I understand that half of the ANC commissioners didn't run for re-election in the last round. Perhaps that was related to the redistricting. It could have been any of a number of things. But have you ever thought about, and this is a thing that Commissioner Elkins raised, exit interviews with commissioners to hear from them about what their experience was, what are the issues they see, what are the things they think might have improved their experience. It might be that somebody said, I'm moving, I've done it for a long time, it was great, I don't want to do it anymore. But there may be things that you might learn from that. Any thought to doing anything like that?
Well, I'm not so sure I'm sold on an exit interview, but I would be very interested in perhaps periodic assessments and reach out to find out what frustrations commissioners are currently experienced. Rather than find out why they left after they left, I'd like to see if there are problems that maybe we can solve before they decide to leave. To your point, 63% of the commissioners in January of last year were completely new. That is an incredibly large turnover. We also have about 2 1/3 commissioners that vacate their office every single month. So that is a drain on all of us. Like every time we have new commissioners come in, it's great. We want the seats filled, but that's a training requirement where it's taking our focus off of the day-to-day. So anything we can do to retain good commissioners and keep them is a benefit to all of us.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, I spent 6.5 years as a commissioner and the learning curve is steep. So the
Yeah.
idea that 63% are new,
Yeah.
that is huge. And goes to, I think, Commissioner Elkins' point where he's looking for ways that your office can be that much more supportive. I'm sure that you want to be as supportive as you can, but it's a question of what are the creative ways that you can do that and what do you need in your office in order to be able to do it. My last one is just, I think, to feel your pain. I think I understand that you can have difficulty with contracting and procurement, that you're in this middle world and that it gets complicated. You're neither part of the executive nor the legislative branch. And so have you thought about that and thought about things that we might be able to do that might be able to help you? Because by helping you, we're helping the commissioners and we're helping our constituents.
I very much agree with that. I think that in the way that we function best in our current environment is when we're able to enter into an MOU, because then the money is in our budget and the council can put money in our budget for specific purposes, but then we can pretty seamlessly get it into another budget. Key examples would be, and again, I can't say enough about the office of the Secretary of the Council. When we had to renovate our, reconfigure our space, they were willing to act as the procurement officer through an MOU, and it went so much faster than anything we could have done. Similarly, with the Microsoft licenses that I indicated, that's something that we're going to have to think through, and perhaps if we can find out where that money should be coming from to begin with, it would help, because while Octo is doing that through an MOU this year, they really didn't want to, and they tried very hard to make us put it through our own procurement process, which we would not have been able to do in time, and it almost put a number of commissioners at risk of having a service disruption. I've checked with Octo, that's not going to happen. The PO is in, so we're good, but that was a difficult conversation.
All right, well, thank you very much and really appreciate the extra time, Chairman White, and I will see you at the next one.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I want to thank you again, Director Bass, and your team for the work you're doing and for being with us today. Those are all the questions that I have for you. So we are going to let you get back to it. But thank you again for being with us.
Thank you.
We are going to move to our final group of public witnesses before we hear, no. And after this panel of public witnesses, we will hear from our final two government witnesses from the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs and the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs. So on our final public witness list, Sabrina Rhodes, community organizer with Empower DC, Diane Quinn, Jay Knight, Gabrielle Smith, Andrea Adams. We may be joined by one other public witness, but we will see. Sabrina Rhodes, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Sabrina Rhodes, and as you mentioned, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good. As you mentioned, I'm the community organizer with Empower DC. I'm also the ANC commissioner here in Ivy City. I'm here to discuss returning citizens affairs. Individuals re-entering into society need various programming and services to help with this transition. There are also challenges to overcome in order for this transition to go well. Employment, education, training programs, mental health services, and counseling, legal assistance, healthcare, and any other important services and training they need to succeed should be available and accessible. Housing is especially important because if returning citizens are unhoused, none of these services will work or be effective for successful reentry back into society. Personalized support and case management will help individuals navigate through some of the challenges of obtaining and being committed to the programs that are available. As we know, housing for all is a basic need and necessity. Returning citizens are placed in many communities where there's no resources, they are not close to support services, or close to transportation to get to these services, which residents of these communities are struggling with every day to navigate. Community residents are not being made aware of housing locations that will serve the individuals re-entering back into society. No proper supervision or community engagement from housing staff and program heads. No collaboration of community residents, leaders, and organizations. Misinformation from program heads and staff. Lack of supervision from housing staff. Disruptions from the residents of these homes. Disrespect from housing staff and residents. Non-compliance of rules of the house, which spills into the neighborhood. No positive interactions from the residents of the homes and community. Ivy City is housing Franklin Grove, a house that is used to house returning citizens on parole and were unhoused. It has 18 beds with a 6-month stay. The information was only known after the FBI SWAT pretty much invaded the community. Looking for an employee. This information didn't come from any of the agency or owners. Extensions past 6 months are given at the request of the resident to prevent them from being unhoused again. When the misinformation was given to me by one of the owners of Franklin Grove, I in turn relayed the misinformation to community so that we will provide support and resources if any. Once we all saw otherwise, we felt like the support we were willing to give and the understanding of having this home in our community was damaged by what we actually witnessed and experienced. I worked to communicate with the owners of Franklin Grove, at which we now have an understanding, open communication, and we have shared contact information in case any issues arise that need to be addressed. Seeing some of the residents of the home and staff be non-compliant daily has become draining, and trust between CSOSA, the owners of the home, and the community has been lacking, but we're working on it. I'm not stating that I or any of the Ivy City residents is against having a home for returning citizens who are unhoused in the neighborhood, but I am against these individuals being put in communities where there's a lack of resources and support services, which we as residents are fighting for every day. Who helped choose Ivy City as a location for a transitional home for returning citizens, and who approved this decision? Everyone involved, open communication, honesty, and transparency, a compliant operation, safety, support, positive interactions and collaborations with clergy, leaders, stakeholders, organizations, and elected officials to build a positive community and successful program is very important. This is not happening, so we need to find a way to do better and contribute to the success of the reentry process. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you so much. Diane Quinn, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you so very much for the opportunity today to speak with you on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs. I'm Diane Quinn, the Employment Specialist for Samaritan Ministry of Greater Washington. Samaritan is a nonprofit 501c3 organization and a MORCA partner. We provide MORCA clients job readiness training as appropriate, employment assistance and coaching. We help secure IDs and we also provide case management. As a Samaritan employment specialist, I work closely with MORCA to help ready returning citizens for employment. I assist with writing resumes, job coaching. I identify open positions and help with completing job applications. Samaritan supports and praises MORCA's leadership, vision, and expertise. We are fortunate in the District of Columbia to have MORCA, as it is an amazing organization that serves over 4,000 returning citizens annually. As you know, the need for their expertise is great. The DC Department of Correction stated in 2022, 4,249 individuals from DC were freed from incarceration. The data from the Fiscal Policy Institute says that the district has the highest incarceration in the United States and therefore in the world, and that 3 of every 5 individuals experiencing homelessness in DC, or 57%, are unsheltered, were formerly incarcerated. This data itself supports the need for MORCA and its expertise as the number of returning citizens is high. This data also substantiates DC's need for affordable housing for returning citizens coming home to DC. MORCA supports returning citizens by providing the tools, resources, and guidance needed for their reentry to be successful. In today's world, upon returning home, a citizen encounters many obstacles as they adjust to the world that is so different from the world that they left behind, which Councilmember White, you alluded to. This is especially true for women and mothers. The adjustment is particularly difficult for the individual incarcerated for 10 or more years, or for someone returning that no longer has family to help them with their return. One of my Samaritan Ministry participants, a returning citizen, described his return this way. Coming home was like being dropped in the middle of China. I did not understand the language. When I left, the latest technology was a pager, and now everyone is using a smartphone. To apply for a job, I was told to go online. I went to open a bank account, and I was asked for a PIN and a password. I was so embarrassed. I had no idea what they were talking about. I had to get my sister to help me. Another returning citizen shared with me that when he came home, he had no family to greet him, as his mother, brother, and grandmother had all passed away. Returning citizens who are mothers have these same disconnects, plus the added pressures of trying to reunite with their children, substantiating MORCA's MORCA She. MORCA She is designed to serve the specific needs of women and mothers. Samaritan Ministry team is proud to be a MORCA She partner and is in the process of developing a Strive class planned to be available in second quarter of 2024, just for MORCA She participants. MORCA, with their expertise and credibility, provide a lifeline for our returning citizens by connecting them to essential programs and services for employment, health, education, training, and importantly, housing assistance, which is a major need as our social services. As the employer specialist for Samaritan, I am glad to share that the returning citizens I assist have amazing talent. MORCA recognizes this potential and is programmed to assist returning citizens by providing them with Chromebooks. Chromebooks are a powerful tool to assist a MORCA client become independent, to be able to function in the new world they are experiencing, by enabling them to be able to search for work, to apply for jobs, to participate in virtual interviews, and to respond to employers. Computer classes are readily available to returning citizens through the DC Public Library. Chromebooks help returning citizens gain knowledge and access to today's world.
Ms.
Samaritan Ministry
Flynn,
provides.
you are about a minute over your time. Let me ask if you could summarize in maybe 20 seconds the rest of your testimony.
Okay. MORCA's office is located at 21 Martin Luther King, and Samaritan's office is located on U Street, which is about 2.5 blocks away. MORCA's returning citizens who need a safe place for mail come to Samaritan. Housing is truly a need for DC's returning citizens, and we are advocating for that need. We also are advocating for some changes in our judicial system and how people are incarcerated. I know I'm over, and I want to thank you for the opportunity, but I also want you to know how important MORCA is to Washington, D.C., and for supporting their increase in budget. Lamont Carey and his staff give returning citizens a new opportunity, a chance to be successful today as in the future, providing an opportunity to become their best selves. And I help with that through employment support, coaching, and job applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Jay Knight, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Hello. My name is Jonisha Knight, but most people that know me call me Jay. I'm 41 years old. I'm a Washington, D.C. native. Today, I'll be sharing my testimony with you all about my experience with MORCA, the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens. I was released from prison on February 8th, 2023. And although it's been almost a year, the Office of Returning Citizens is still working with and for me to this very day. While I was still incarcerated, this great city of DC did not neglect to reach out to me behind the prison walls to find the need of women like me that were soon to return to society. The Office of Returning Citizens sent me a packet of exactly what to expect and the steps to take to ensure that my return to society was an easy transition. On July 16th, I was charged with second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years in the federal prison system. I had so many issues going in, and I just was not well at all. I was 24 years old, a baby myself, and I had no unearthly idea what I was going to do in federal prison for 20 years. Needless to say, I was an emotional mess and a mental head case. But thanks to God, he turned my tests into testimonies, my mess into messages, and turned me from a victim of my own guilt and shame to a victor today. During my incarceration, I've come to realize that God put my needs first, and I had to go through this traumatic experience to understand that the previous life that I was living was just not for me. I got over myself and got on with the program. I started going to school, finished culinary arts, found that I had a passion for cooking. Later on, started to work as a photographer in the recreation department and started messing around with different forms of art. And I found out that I had a gift for painting. After that, it was really on. My point is that depending on some people's perspective, I believe that in my time in prison, it was just boot camp or training ground and headquarters for choosing to get your life together. I chose life. I know what I had done, and I knew that if I stayed in that mindset that I had going on in my life, that my life would have been over. So I decided to do all I can and learn that I can to be all that I can become to a success story to encourage someone else. Society looks at us strange because we've been in prison, but we can change the outlook that society has had on us if we are intentional and effective about becoming a person of honor and prestige regardless of our past. Programs and organizations like MORCA and The Wire have given me opportunity and space to grow and become the woman I am today. I was first greeted by one of my very good friends who I was incarcerated with for years. I consider her a sister. So imagine my surprise when I saw her beautiful face at her front desk. I knew then that I was in the right place. Director Lamont Carey would introduce me next. And then after that, it was a whirlwind of love, help, compassion, and understanding. That hope, that help, that love, that let me know immediately that I would be okay. I got my ID, I got an address, free Chromebook, a free phone, everything I needed to start my journey to re-entering society successfully. I didn't have to pay for rides or clothes or job interviews or anything. They sent me to a job fair. I saw Director Carey there and walked briefly to him, talked to him about the jobs I was interested in, walked away for 5 minutes. And the next thing I know, I was being offered a job making $20 an hour working for Donahoe Hospitalities at one of the major hotel brands, Holiday Inn Capital, as a front desk agent. I started my job on March 5th, and that was less than 30 days after my release. And I'm still currently there as a full-time employee. After that, my world spun fast, from proposals to being featured in news articles, from attending town halls and conferences against gun violence in the city. I'm a member of the WIRE, Women Involved in Reentry Efforts. CEO, that's my sister, LaShanya Thompson Bay. Raina Johnson, the officer manager and peer motivator at MORCA. India Blocker, the founder and CEO of the NDB's modeling and mentoring program. And Charnel Chaney, the founder and CEO of Bold Yoga. Last but not least, my pastor, Delonte Golston of Peace Fellowship Church. He is a compassionate man against gun violence in DC. And all of which these people I met up with right there at MORCA, right there in Southeast, right there in the heart of the district where I was released and returned into the society. And they've all had a monumental impact of my life, past, present, and future. God has plans on me and put people in my life, especially when you know that you can be thrown off course. But I encourage people to live with the knowledge that people need people, and the organizations in DC that we've been fighting for are worth it. There's proof that the hard work and dedication is not in vain. As far as the needs go, I believe we need to utilize a lot of these abandoned buildings to support the groups from the youth in the city, the affordable housing for women with underage children that can be offered basic life skills and training from women who's gathered resources like myself while incarcerated. We can facilitate these classes based on our real life experiences. We need more jobs for people that are experienced in trauma and involved personally with the prison system, those that have been affected by it. These people could potentially run some of these housing programs for the youth simply by sharing their gifts, skills, and abilities through the healing circles, educational programs, and mentoring programs. We need more support, and we need to get positive attention from our youth. Not only that, there is only one female halfway house for women returning to DC, and it's barely on its last leg. We could incorporate halfway houses that integrated families upon their return to society, specifically mothers and young children. There should be housing properties for returned citizens to be able to utilize some of the community resources to facilitate classes in the community. There's so much we can do. We can stop these senseless burglaries, hits and runs, and premature gun violence is tearing through the city. But we just need a chance to apply, teach, and give back the good examples.
Jay, I hate
But
to
again,
cut you off. You are
oh, I'm done.
about 2
I'm
minutes
done.
over.
I'm
Okay.
done. I was just, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. But I was just Johnny Shanite, Leader Development Coordinator and Art Therapy Coach, and member of the WIRE. And I just thank you guys for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Gabrielle Smith, welcome. You can begin your testimony. You might be on mute.
Can you hear me?
I can.
There we go. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and the rest of your esteemed colleagues on the Committee on Housing. Thank you so kindly for allowing me the opportunity to testify to you today. My full written testimony will be forwarded to the committee immediately after this hearing. To begin, my name is Gabrielle Smith. I'm the president of Royale Nationwide Ventures and the program director of Career Shop DC, a workforce development, job training, and more importantly, job placement program here in the district. We've received grant funding by the Department of Employment Services and have worked for the Office of Youth Programs as a host site for the Marion Barry Summer Youth Program and for the Division of State Initiatives this past year. Today, I'd like to highlight 3 aspects of our rookie year administering this program. Number 1, the shared accomplishments of our partnership with the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens, MORCA. 2, our job placement and success rate, and finally, the lasting effects of our work with MORCA on the community as a whole. In early 2023, we partnered with Lamont Carey and his team at MORCA. Having now completed a second cohort and a full year of working in this capacity, I'd like to say a few words today about our work at Career Shop DC alongside MORCA and the crucial role that we play in stabilizing the lives of those who've paid their debt to society. With help from the MORCA team, we enrolled 40 participants in less than 2 weeks. The very first layer of returning for them is covered, for MORCA does an excellent job of assuring that they get their vital documents back, assist them with housing, wraparound services, and other immediate reentry needs they may have. But I'd like to argue that the next step in providing a firm foundation for them is to lead them to a path of economic stability. And for most, that answer is to gain a steady, stable employment. In other words, to get a job. This getting a job thing for our citizens is just a little more difficult because it has its unique set of challenges. Together with MORCA's help, we overcame issues from participants being technologically impaired, like not being able to use a cell phone, to those suffering with severe mental health challenges. Our Career Shop DC program was successful because of MORCA's referrals and the support undergirded with DOES funding, which brings me to the second aspect, results. Of the 40 allotted to the program, 37 were enabled to enroll. Another 37 actually successfully completed the program in its entirety. And of that 37, 27 were still working full-time as of yesterday, some 4 months after completion. That computes to a 72% job placement rate. Well, in all honesty, I have to say this. Job placement for returning citizens actually restore dignity. Jobs provide for their families. Jobs actually, for returning citizens, send their kids to college, just to name a few. In closing, I'd like to look at the effect of jobs on our city as a whole in these challenging times where the district is being called a city under siege by some local news outlets. I'd like to also point out that jobs for returning citizens equal reduced crime. Jobs for returning citizens equal community stabilization. Jobs for returning citizens equal pathways to the middle class. And most importantly, at this time, jobs for returning citizens equal public safety. Thank you again for allowing me this time to testify, and I'd gladly take any of your questions.
Thank you so much. Next public witness is Andrea Adams. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Adams, and I serve as the principal investigator of a memorandum of understanding between the University of the District of Columbia and the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens. My role as principal investigator is to direct and support a project to conduct a comprehensive needs assessment of children of incarcerated parents in the District of Columbia. This project is being conducted in collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens under the direction of Director Lamont Carey and his capable staff. Our charge is to estimate the number of children impacted by parental incarceration in the district, identify their needs, and uncover gaps to existing services. Our research includes conducting focus group sessions to understand the experiences of 3 groups: adult children who had an incarcerated parent when they were growing up, custodians who cared for children while a relative or associate was incarcerated, and returning citizens who had a child when they were incarcerated. We are in the process of validating the individuals who express interest in participating in the focus groups and have begun the focus group process, having held 1 focus group earlier this month. There are several focus groups tentatively scheduled, and we will adjust the timing and dates as we validate the eligibility of participants. So far, the interested individuals include approximately 89 adult children who had an incarcerated parent when they were growing up, 49 individuals who said they were custodians of incarcerated children, and 11 returning citizens who are not still under supervision and therefore eligible to participate. Though our initial participant goal was smaller, we will continue to accept individuals interested in participating in the study beyond the number we envisioned in the Memorandum of Understanding to ensure saturation. We may supplement focus groups with surveys and interviews to fully understand how the risks and protective factors outlined in the research impact children with incarcerated parents in the District of Columbia. We have promised participants to keep the information they have provided confidential and only share aggregate, anonymous, or trend data. However, we plan to include representatives from each of the focus group categories in the stakeholder discussions I'm about to describe. Once our data analysis is complete and we have integrated participant focus group insights into our research, a draft strategic plan will be vetted by community stakeholders using additional focus groups to get their input into the strategic initiatives we are proposing. We will use these stakeholder suggestions to refine the strategic plan. The results will be a set of strategic recommendations that address needed resources, policy changes, legislative reforms, alongside any research and practical limitations we've identified. We anticipate holding stakeholder sessions in May and June so that we can complete our deliverables by the fiscal year end deadline. It is an honor to work on this very important initiative. On behalf of the District of Columbia and Director Carey and his dedicated staff at the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens, we appreciate your continued support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you being with us. Final public witness is Barry Carras. Welcome. And please let me know if I mispronounced your last name.
Sorry, I was on mute. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, great. Nice to see you again. We were in your office a few weeks ago. I just want to say how impressed I am by all of the testifying about MOCR and the returning citizens. I think the program sounds wonderful, and I'm very impressed with it. My issue today is about affordable housing and about a meeting we had at the Office of Zoning, meetings, it's a plural, and where a lot of the ANC people were able to speak and testify. And when we had questions, we were told that they could object to things. So the last person who spoke was somebody named Amari Hardy, and we had a meeting for the DuPont Circle Citizens Association, which I was a member of, or I was on the board of for many years. And he criticized the meeting as being old and white. And unfortunately, the zoning commission, the five people, they did not stop him and tell him that he was out of place. It was an inappropriate statement, and they let him go on and on. And beyond that, we had Sable Harris, who is the chairman of the 1B ANC, pipe in and say, well, you know, the DCCA has a history of being segregationist. Are you kidding me? They allowed that to go unaddressed. What is that about? This is an ANC person. This is the problem with the ANCs. And I know that some people have testified before that the ANCs do things like the picture of the ones that were up on Connecticut Avenue when they got, some zoning thing and they gave the finger to people and it got posted. Why is this allowed? Why is this not called out? Why is a woman like that allowed to talk about the DuPont, which has been around for 100 years, serves the community in many ways, to say it has a history of being segregationist. That is, it's slanderous. It's slanderous. And I am just so outraged that this has been allowed to take place. And then this Omari Hardy, who turns out to be with Greater Washington, is allowed to go on and on and on, and they did not stop him. And to call our group old and white, I'm older, that's ageist. How dare they allow them to keep doing that? And this is the problem that is with the ANC. I went to many ANC. I lived here for 12 years. I went for years to ANC meetings. I got so frustrated because the ANC does not represent a lot of what the community wants. They go about their business doing what they think they want to do, whether it's okaying bike lanes, okaying housing, which doesn't provide enough affordable housing. If you know the Masonic Temple, they built 154 apartments there, and there are 8%. That's the rule, 8% of affordable. And how much is a one-bedroom apartment there? I went in, $3,900 for a one-bedroom apartment. Now, and so we're getting 8%. What is it? 10 apartments that will be, we don't know exactly how much, affordable. And this Omari Hardy said, there's no place for people like me to move from Southeast into Northwest. And a woman named Deborah Ackle lives right down the street from 17th and U, which was under question because they want to build a 100-foot-high apartment building. And he said, and this is a city-owned piece of property as opposed to the Masonic Temple. And he said, and she said, there are 3 affordable housing units in my building. Then come up here, rent one of the apartments. But instead, he had to go on and on in a way criticizing us because he said, isn't that ironic that older white people are talking about affordable housing? I mean, it is insulting, if not illegal. And I am so upset about the Office of Zoning that they actually complimented him and thanked him for his testimony. I don't know what we're up against here. How do we create a world where we're serving the community and not just a small part of the community? I mean, you are taking away a fire station and a police station, saying, oh, it'll come back. We have a fire station and a police station on 17th and U. That's going away during what they want to do is construct. And what they want to do is, and everything was about upzoning, and we could not talk about anything else because this was just a zoning meeting without
Mr.
any.
Caress, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You are about 2 minutes over your time.
Oh, wow.
I'm
I
gonna,
thought I wouldn't have enough to say.
not a problem today for this
I
panel.
just want to end that they were putting the cart before the horse. They were going to probably allow zoning on a piece of property that has no plans at all. No plans.
I appreciate that. So let me jump into questions for this panel, and let me start with the first witnesses that testified on the office of ANC. I appreciate these testimonies and the attention to the office, highlighting the importance of the office. I very much agree. That is why I have fought so hard since I've been on the council to try to get it to where it is in terms of resources. When I got to the council, the office of ANC had 5 employees and a budget of about $490,000, and fighting mostly over the objection of the agency and the administration. Prior to this director, we got this office up to 19 employees and over $2 million. And we fought tooth and nail to get it there, to create the resources that returning citizens needed, the programs, some of which we're still working to implement, transportation stipends, job programs, creating reentry plans for people who are coming back from the Bureau of Prisons. I have fought hard to get us there, and I want to see the agency continue moving forward, not stand still, not moving backwards, but moving forward, which is what I think folks who testified today want to see as well. Ms. Rhodes, let me ask you a quick question. In your testimony, I understand your frustration. You suggested that we shouldn't put a transitional home in a community that lacks resources. I was at a community meeting last Saturday in Ward 4, and I heard the same level of frustration about transitional homes for youth. One of the difficulties here is most communities don't have the right resources in the community, and every community says our community isn't the right one. Now some are oversaturated, but every community says our community is not the right one. How do you think the council, the city, should approach where transition homes go? We don't fully control that. I want to kind of say that at the outset. But how do you think we should make the determination about where transition homes go?
That's a good question. I think involving the residents, like I said in my testimony, involving the residents, involving clergy, and even you all, council, involving the ANCs, because there are some areas in the district where transportation is plentiful and the resources are right there. Just for instance, if none of the residents have cars, how are they going to get to their resources? Especially if the transportation isn't, we don't have much transportation here. We only have a couple of buses, and we're fighting to keep those in our community. So if they don't have transportation, how are they getting to their resources? That's going to be a strain. Then if they're not close to their families, that's going to be a strain. We should involve the returning citizens. Everyone should be involved in where housing should be. They just shouldn't be placed somewhere and then just have to deal with it and get to where they need to go by any means necessary.
Yeah, I hear that is a fair point. The counterpoint that we have to figure out is, when you involve the ANCs, and you shouldn't just spring things on people, but when you involve the ANCs, everyone is going to say, no, this isn't the right place. You're going to say it's oversaturated, too far from public transit, whatever it is going to be. It's always going to be reasons. And so you won't realistically have a situation where community can veto. But I think we need to make the best decisions we can. But it is always transition homes are always going to be in neighborhoods that say this isn't the right neighborhood. There's some other challenges. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want that to be. I'm not really saying that, because we all can work together. And we're all in a struggle together, whether we're in housing, under housing authority, under private developers, and apartments that are unlivable. All of us are in a struggle together. So we can make do. It's just with returning citizens, as we heard from some of the testimony, just coming into society is a struggle. And then trying to navigate is a struggle.
Yeah.
So we're trying to make it so that it's not stressful, and so that they can do what they need to do in their life. You know.
I hear that. And there are some struggles in Ivy City that are
Yes.
more heightened than in most parts of the district, which is something I'm sensitive to here. And I hear that in your testimony. For Diane Quinn, Jay Knight, Gabrielle Smith, I appreciate your testimonies and your work with MORCA and returning citizens more broadly. Jay, I don't know if you painted the painting that was behind you as you testified, but that was beautiful. And then just I think less than a year, you seem to be doing the exact right things to get back on track and stay on track. And so I really want to commend you for that, because that represents a lot of work. A lot of folks come back with the right plans, but don't always find the right resources to make those plans real. And it seems like you're doing the right things, and have found that some of the people you named are people I know. So you have found some great people doing incredible
Thank
work.
you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Miss Adams, you oversaw the MOU between UDC and MORCA in support of children of incarcerated parents. Did you say that you said something about it being on track, I think, to finish? Can you go back to that part of your testimony?
Sure, I can. So the MOU is slated to be completed at the end of this fiscal year. And so we are going through the process of conducting focus group with participants. And then we will take the strategic plan that we develop from those insights and present it to some community stakeholders to get vetting on that. And then after we go back and look through that, then our final deliverable would be given at the end of September.
Okay, final deliverable at the end of September of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that is exciting. Thank you for your work on that. I look forward to seeing that the commission has been working on this idea for many years, so I'm excited to see it move forward. And Barry Carras, I'm sorry about what you've experienced with the zoning commission. That's agency is not under the jurisdiction of this committee. It's under the committee of the whole. But I will note this to the commission. You know, I think that all public bodies have a responsibility to make sure people are respected, feel respected, and are not disrespected. And the concerns you raise are things that would frustrate or anger me if I were there in your shoes. So while the zoning commission is not under this committee, I will reach out to them and copy Chairman Mendelson, who chairs the committee of the whole, as well.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And thank you for coming to discuss that. It's important. If you don't say something, you know, it doesn't get addressed, and these things can get worse. So hopefully, because of your testimony, we can start to nudge things in the right direction and be more respectful. These are difficult times in our city, and I think the times are going to be difficult for a while. And we've got to be pulling together at times like this, listening to each other, respecting each other, to make sure we make progress. Because again, it's going to be a difficult time in the city for a while, and if we pull together, we're going to overcome it really well. But if we are divisive and disrespectful, it's going to be a tough ride, and it doesn't need to be that way.
If I might have one moment and just say that the ANC needs to live by that word as well, because they've cut off much communication, especially on our meetings. So there's very, especially with all of the Zooms during COVID, they've cut off communication and community input. And it's very frustrating for us not to be able to have an intelligent, two-sided conversation about some of the issues that come up at the ANC meetings. So I appreciate your letting me say that.
Absolutely. Thank you for being with us. So I'm going to end our last public panel, and we'll get to our last two government witnesses. First up will be Natasha Dasher, Chair of the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. And Chair Dasher, thank you. I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the Council, Committee on Housing, ladies and gentlemen. I am Natasha Dasher, Chair of the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify in today's hearing to review the accomplishments of the Commission for the past fiscal year. As the Commission continues to strive to advance and better the lives of returning citizens, I am not alone in this service and have the honor of serving with a group of individuals who share the same passion and purpose, many of whom are also returning citizens themselves. In FY23, the Commission actively pursued efforts and initiatives that would bring structure to the Commission, engage the community, and reprioritize legislative policies that ultimately affect our population. Our committee structure allowed for the Commission to engage our population, residents, and other stakeholders in a more in-depth capacity. The structure empowered the specific committee to track and engage all things pertinent to their priority. In essence, we divided and conquered. In this effort, we can build relationships with agencies, CBOs, and other stakeholders to provide the Mayor's Office, Council, and MORCA with sustainable options to better serve the returning citizen population. In the past few years, the Commission has successfully recommended legislative policies that have had a great impact on the returning citizens population. Last year, I testified that the Commission was taking a long, hard look at some of these pieces of legislation and how they were being funded and the actual impact to our population in their current state. This process meant the Commission would bridge a cohesive relationship with MORCA, who receives funding for these programs created under these pieces of legislation. The Commission is very pleased with the progress of MORCA and UDC which have made with the Parents of Incarcerated Children's Act. Although the progress being made is remarkable, the Commission can foresee the greater need for more funding in this bill, as well as additional resources for the children of incarcerated parents. The Commission also took an in-depth look into the transitional housing needs for the recently released. In 2020, the population was moved to Baltimore to transition from incarceration. There was never a plan or a course of action to allow for this effort to be measured as an alternative. This has failed many of our population, with making recidivism rates higher than they have been in the past 5 years. In all candor, the Commission attempted this year to meet with the board members of the organization contracted to provide these housing needs. We've also attempted to work with the Volunteers of America directly, and even went as far as extending an opportunity to the Maryland Department of Corrections to create a relationship until we, as the district, are able to provide this necessity to our recently released population. There is still, to date, no details on when our current transitional housing will be available for our district recently released. The Commission also spent a significant amount of time in FY23 on understanding the treatment of DC women while incarcerated, as well as their reentry process. This thorough review involved engaging the DC Corrections Information Council and the Office of Human Rights, who is also a commission ex officio. In this review, it was discovered that the reports that CIC provides monthly did not determine any detrimental treatment of women while in custody. These reports covered both federal and DOC custody. In addition, our HOR, Office of Human Rights ex officio, spoke on this topic during our February 2023 monthly meeting, as well as during our strategic planning session in September of 2023. The Office of Human Rights had no complaints regarding the treatment of women in custody, but encouraged the Commission to continue to pursue engagement with ex officios on reentry resources specifically for women. The Commission's Committee for Women, in which I chair, will recommend in FY24 a legislative policy that would provide a model for reentry for all women in custody for 120 days or more. This model will create a strategic plan of action for reentry for women into the District of Columbia. Another high priority for the Commission in FY23 was to address how returning citizens and the current crime rate was correlated. The Commission's Committee on Violence and Youth will present a legislative recommendation in FY24 for the return of community service workers to those youth who are justice involved. The Commission identified that our population has played an intricate role as credible messengers, violence interrupters, and other active community change agents, but more can be done. The committee will continue to attend regular meetings with DYRS and the ONE's office to offer advisement and recommendations on how the returning citizen population, alongside their agency, can be of service to battle this current war our city is facing. Even with an extremely busy year, the Commission was able to host its annual strategic planning session. This session allowed for the Commission to spend 6 hours focused on our FY24 goals and how we will be achieving them. We did a thorough review of our history, which we know you must know where you come from to know where you're going. The planning session gave us an opportunity to hear from public members, DC residents only, regarding expungement issues. We engaged in an in-depth conversation with the Maryland Department of Corrections on their reentry efforts, and we were able to discuss our goals and priorities with what our population truly needs as of now. Again, thank you, Councilmember White, for always continue to support the returning citizen population of the District of Columbia and supporting this commission and the returning citizens. We appreciate you and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Chair Dasher. Let me jump right into questions. I know it's been a long afternoon for folks. Obviously, the commission should have 15 public voting members. How many public voting member vacancies are currently on the commission?
We have one.
One vacancy.
We do.
Okay. And has that seat been open for a while, or is that a new vacancy?
So we had 4 at the end of our December meeting. We were informed in January, our January meeting, beginning of this month, that Director Carey had recommended 3 people to the commission. So then that would leave 1 seat.
Okay. And we still have to confirm those appointments, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have instituted, I believe, a rule that individuals interested in becoming commissioners must attend a minimum of 3 commission meetings before applying to be on the commission. Why'd you establish this rule?
We had a lot of people show up to that wanted to just have the name, to be a part of it, but not actually do the work. And so we as the commission voted that we wanted to see people, not the same starting 5. We wanted to see people truly engage and truly be there to do the work. And so we know if you show up at least 3 times, we're either going to give you an assignment and you're going to come back and report back to us, or you would definitely see the work that we do and become more passionate about it and truly commit to the 3 years, not just for namesake.
And how is attendance these days over the past, let's say, several months?
I am so happy that I can report to you after 2 years of testifying. We have had at least 75% for the full year of FY23 of members, voting members. And if they weren't there, it was truly an excused death or sickness.
That's right. I was nervous to ask the question, and now I'm glad I did. So that is good. I appreciate your leadership on this. For folks who don't know, attendance by commissioners of these meetings has become a problem over the years, and was one that was starting to linger. So this represents good progress. Now, on the ex officio members, the DC code says ex officio members or their designees, quoting from the code here, quote, shall develop and implement policies and programs in their respective agencies to ensure returning citizens are best able to reintegrate into the community, end quote. Are the ex officio members active in achieving this legal mandate?
They are not. Let me say, I will start with the two that do an outstanding job. That would be the Office of Human Rights, and that would also be DOES. They do a phenomenal job. They are at our meetings. They are consistent. They are continually creating new and innovative programs to engage the returning citizen population and to make, we talk about women, next thing I know, OHR is putting out a campaign regarding women in incarceration. So
That's
I'm
great.
very pleased with those two ex officios.
That is great. We may need to nudge the others, so let's work together to identify which other agencies are supposed to be there, and we will give them a gentle nudge to start showing up and engaging.
Thank you.
Subcommittees. Commission has 5 subcommittees. You've spoken about this before. On page 3 of your responses to pre-hearing questions, you noted the subcommittee effectiveness will be measured by the commission in its entirety. How do you measure the success of subcommittees?
I measure them by what they're presenting. They have to report out each and every month. We all report out on our findings, on the meetings that we've attended, how we've engaged our priority. And so everyone's on the line every month. Everyone is responsible for bringing their part to the table for us to either vote or for us to dig deeper, or if you need more help, if you need someone to attend something for you to get more information. That's really what it's done. And it has really allowed commissioners to feel empowered. And most of us have like our thing, right? We've talked about that. And so this gives them a pathway to really hone in on their thing, and their passion. And so they're usually excited. They've all been excited about presenting a legislative recommendation. How can policy, what can we do? What other agency? And so it is really, truly made a full circle and taking our priorities, breaking them down, not putting all of the brunt on the chair, but engaging everybody.
I like that. And if I can share a thought that you can take or leave, there's a lot of expertise in science around productivity and goal setting. And it may be to the great benefit of the commission, and to your last point about putting so much on the chair, it may be to the benefit of you as chair to think about using a small part of your budget to bring in an expert that can help in sort of goal setting and developing strategies, which I think is something beneficial for the commission, but also for the members themselves. Just as all of us develop as leaders, and would be happy to talk to you and the team more about that if it's something that interests you. But I think it is something that could really help propel your work, and in the sort of goals and strategies that you've developed as chair. I think it could help you as well. So if that becomes of interest, I'd be happy to talk to you about that. So with the funding that the commission has in FY23, you used it for an annual returning citizens cookout and a commission strategic planning session. How was the cookout? How many people attended? How useful would you say it was?
The annual cookout is at Randall. It's a good time. It was really, really hot this year, but of course at Randall Pool, so it's cool. But there was probably at least well over 700 returning citizens. There were tons of resources from all of the agencies. There was a health fair. There was DC Health Link was there. And so they gave people an opportunity. People didn't know they needed to recertify for their Medicaid, or it was very, very useful. A lot of people know us individually, but don't know us collectively. And so it's awesome to see us in MORCA, and we're under the MORCA tent. And so it's like cohesively what we represent. And so I thought it was an outstanding turnout, except for the 103 degrees.
What about the planning session? What were the major takeaways from that?
Expungement is a big deal. We had so many comments from announcing, kind of giving an opportunity to CBOs and advocates. That's where initially it came from. Hey, the commission wants to hear from you. And so here's an opportunity. We'll give everyone an hour and you give an issue. Overwhelmingly, it was on expungement. Like every advocate in the city that could say, we want to talk, this is what we want you to focus on. And so the expungement conversation was something unexpected, but at the same time turned into a great deal and a wealth of information for all of us. And so it became a priority, which was something that we would have probably never touched, all of us. Then the second part was the Maryland Department of Corrections for me, understanding their reentry process, understanding their needs versus our needs, kind of what we provide, what they provide, and what we have, and just seeing the barriers that they face that we don't face, but the barriers we face, they don't face. And for us to be neighbors and not have any relationship, I think building that bridge helped us all collectively from both counties. And then because we do have residents in Maryland, a lot of residents in Maryland Corrections right now. That is one of our facilities that's within the BOP is 500 miles. Cumberland gets a lot of men. And so understanding what their process is, understanding what they do, how they process them in and how they process them out. And so that was good. And then of course we love a history lesson. It was led by the one and only Charles Thornton. So, we were there for almost 2 hours. No. But he gets so passionate when you take him back.
Yeah.
And actually it was very helpful for new commissioners who didn't know where this derived from and how far we've come in 12 years. I mean, a lot of people think that, we just started or this is something new. No, this was enacted in 2012. And so the history lesson was definitely, I think, good for everybody.
That's great. He's the right person to give it.
Yes.
On expungement, do you all have the resources you need to move forward on the issues, or is this something you're still exploring?
We haven't gotten to the point where we've called your office yet, but yes,
Okay.
we are almost at that point. We have.
Yep.
We are definitely modeling the Clean Slate Act
Mhm.
that was passed in New York. We've looked at it in depthly. We've done our research, and so we're trying to depict what works for New York. Of course, can't work for the district,
Right.
but what works and what doesn't work. And so we are in the preliminary stages of that. And so your aides, I'm sorry, y'all, will be getting an email from Chair Dasher soon, very soon.
Excellent. So back to the subcommittee structure. One of the subcommittees is the subcommittee on housing. Are there any action items at this point that have come from that subcommittee?
No, there are none, because we are very stuck. We're really, because overwhelmingly from a city, from a population, we get so many answers about transitional housing. Where is the halfway house? That we can't even approach. We've started looking at family dwellings. How do we readjust those requests from 1 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms? How do we change the housing voucher structure that we had talked about a couple of years in a row, getting more access to that. But overwhelmingly, we have so many that are in the shelter. We have people who are returning back to prison because of our halfway house situation. That is just an urgency.
Yeah.
And it's something that we have to get answers to sooner rather than later.
Well, let me I'm with you on this, and I'm going to get answers this week on that. So I've been frustrated with the lack of information and slowness of the timeline. So I will circle back with you on that, but we're overdue for getting the halfway house done, and we're going to get an update on that this week. Which sort of brings up another question that I would love your perspective on. Maybe this is something the commission needs to think through, but concern from Sabrina Rhodes, who I have a great deal of respect for. Community meeting I was at last Saturday. This was about youth transitional homes in a neighborhood. I think there's a, you know, when there are things that are or are perceived to be negative happening in these homes, that's when I'm hearing from residents. Generally not, you know, sometimes when something is proposed, I hear a lot of opposition. But when it's there, whether they knew it was coming or not, I don't hear from folks until they feel like there's a lot of activity. We have to figure out what to do about that, because it's not good for our city or for youth or returning citizens if people are pushing back against these in our neighborhoods. And we need to start to grapple with what the right supports are, how we make these transitions more seamless in communities. I don't imagine you got the answers off the top of your head. If you have any thoughts, I will take them. But this is
Answers, no. But I understand. But I think we talk about this all the time. It's stigmatization. People don't assume returning citizens look like this. They assume we look like what the news will show. And so that's an automatic stigma. And so we deal with discrimination, not even when people look at us. They don't even know us. They don't know what we come or what our crime even is going to be before they say, no, we don't want you in our neighborhood. So that's first is discrimination. So I want people to start looking at it as discrimination. The second thing is, you wouldn't know if I could afford to buy my home, if I could come home and I can get a mortgage, because I can get a mortgage online now in prison, and I purchased my home. You wouldn't know who's moving in next to you. And so I don't think it's about the residential leaving. I think it's about the management of the people who are being provided these contracts. They have no parameters or guidelines as to say, here's the plan. This is what you should and must do. Not necessarily restrict the person, but let's put the restrictions on the people who are responsible for managing and setting and opening up these homes. I think a lot of times they are new to contracting. I think they're new to returning citizens. This is a new and hot topic that people all want to jump on board to. It sounds good. You know, you have a lot of publicity behind the mass incarceration and the Jim Crow laws and things of all these books and things that go on. But at the end of the day, we're humans and we have human rights. And then when you don't manage those well. I'm newly released. You tell me you're going to restrict me to, you can only go outside from 7 to 9. Well, if my daughter doesn't get off until 10, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to sneak out to go see my daughter who I haven't seen because I've been incarcerated. So again, it's about the training of the companies who are allowed. Meeting, and I agreed with Ms. Rose when she said that it's collective. It's everybody in the community. If it is bringing the commission to speak on behalf of these companies or give these, or MORCA do a training for these homes, there are ways that we can all do this together and meet in a median where the public safety is covered, but also that returning citizens are not discriminated again for housing.
I appreciate that. I'm glad I asked that question. I feel like I have some clarity to proceed with, and that's not to say I won't come back to you with more questions. So thank you for that perspective. So sorry, I am overtime. My colleague, Councilmember Pinto, is here virtually. I am so sorry, Councilmember Pinto. Let me turn to my Ward 2 colleague, Councilmember Pinto, for questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman White, and not a problem at all. I was interesting exchange, so good for me to hear. Hi, Chair Dasher, nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you so much for being here and all the important work that you do. I want to start with asking you about employment opportunities, something I know is a priority for MORCA and continues to be one of the most consistent pieces of feedback that I hear in speaking with people who are currently serving sentences or who have returned. And in your pre-hearing questions, it's mentioned that MORCA is, quote, taking a closer look to see where piloting programs can be established in CDL, entrepreneurship, IT, real estate, personal training, paralegal, hospitality, and building maintenance programs. What is the status of those discussions, and how can we move forward on establishing these trainings and cohorts and connecting people to employers now in a step-by-step manner that's not kind of going to wait for too much to happen that could delay things further down the road?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of MORCA from the commission because that's MORCA is responsible for the programming. What the commission does is that we back them and we try to get them as much funding or help that they can if they need it. But MORCA would have to answer the question regarding their pilot programs.
Is MORCA there next to you? I can't see.
I'm sorry, council member, Morka is gonna come up next. I thought we might speed through the commission and then do Morka next.
I see. Okay. Okay, great. Well, in that case, I think the majority of my questions will be for Director Carey. So I will wait. I didn't know if you were all at the same table together. So thank you again, Chair Dasher, and Chairman White.
Thank you, council member Pinto. We won't be too terribly long with Chair Dasher. I think I've finished most of my questions, so we'll wrap up relatively quickly. So Chair Dasher, in FY 23, the commission decided to hold off on making policy recommendations to make sure some funded initiatives got the support they needed, which I'm okay with. Which initiatives did you identify and work to push forward?
The parents of children of incarcerated parents. There it is. That one was a really big one, and access to jobs grant. Those two were our biggest ones because we had seen no movement. They were passed. We wrote them. They were passed. We were happy. They got funded, and then it was almost like they died. And so we really wanted to know where and why, and kind of backtrack to make sure that anytime we put a piece of legislation together, that one, we don't always know if it's going to get passed or that it's even going to get presented, but that we want to make sure that they're effective. And so at the time, we in going into FY 22 and 23, we didn't know what was working and what didn't. And so we really took the time to go through those pieces, go through other pieces that were related, and to see what's working. Is this working? And why is it taking this long? And what is the stagnation? And so we just wanted to make sure that before we do put out any more pieces, that they were going to be effective to our community.
I think that's the right approach. It seems to have been effective with respect to children of incarcerated parents. Is there anything in particular you feel like you all did to move that forward?
No, I think it was the MOU. I think it was how MORCA chose to go about taking the legislation and choosing the program the way to go about getting the study. We still do not know, and that's where this piece came from, is we still do not have an accurate account how many children in the District of Columbia are affected by incarceration. Although we had our previous chair of this commission get it passed and get it put on the OSSI application enrollment, application for DCPS, we are not allowed that information. It is protected by HIPAA. And so, again, there's no way for us to provide resources to these parents. There's no way for us to provide resources to even determine if a child needs special resources. If a child's parent isn't currently incarcerated and you're wondering why they're in detention or why they're constantly suspended, we have no way to determine that. Even a social worker can't get that information. And so although we've made progress in this, we still are failing our kids.
I appreciate that, and combining with a conversation that I and some others had with young people about juvenile crime and needs of youth earlier this week on Monday. There was an observation that Tony Lewis Jr. made after the panel that has become so common for us to sort of expect that kids to have one parent at home in the district, particularly in many of our communities. And I hadn't really thought about that, but it is traumatic, whether or not folks realize it at this point, and does impact young people in a very real way, whether it be like truancy, acting out, whatever it is. And if we're going to prevent some of these other issues downstream, we've got to connect with these folks and connect them to resources and have the right resources. So I think this is such an important thing that the commission has focused on. I introduced the bill, but it wasn't my idea. It wasn't my, this was a push that came from the commission and other leaders in the reentry community. So I appreciate the focus there. I think it's such an important thing, and you all are pointed in the right direction, really making progress. You are, I believe, seeking more funding for the Parents of Incarcerated Children Act in FY24.
Yes.
What kind of improvements or outcomes are you hoping for with that extra funding?
What we're going to do is, as Dr. Adams said from UDC, she'll have a report in September to us, and we will be able to determine those kids are going to have needs. And so behind that, we're going to go ahead and ask for those needs to be met. We will identify, are most of them, between a certain age? Are they under DHS? Are they already under a social work? Will this money be funded through MORCA? Then that way we have to do case management. But again, we will be able to see and identify that there are children in the district who are affected by this and they need resources. And so I'm doing the proactive work of asking for the funding as I get the numbers. We had a presenter today who said it. She stamped every woman needs a plan to the T. Coming from incarceration, we know when we're going in. We're giving our release date in the judicial system before you even get on the bus or the bread van, whichever one you're going in. And so we know when we're getting released. It's amazing how we don't start preparing for that. Now, when I say we, returning citizens, we have a full plan in our head based off of the books that's in the library at the prison or facility we're at, based off of whatever information our families have sent to us. We can tell you what we're going to wear, where we're going to live, what kind of car we're going to drive, even if it's not plausible, even if it's just dreams. Why can't our government provide us with a legitimate plan and to decide where we're going to live? When should you get your children back? When should you start seeing them reunify? Do you need mental health awareness or do you need mental health assessment and services prior to release? This data is given, as this young lady said, and we all know that's been incarcerated before we even are really in prison. So if we can plan, we know that date, and you can give us that date, then you should be able to give us a simple plan as to where and how you should re-enter into the city you're going back into.
I like it. I'm looking forward to hearing more on that. There's, some of this work is supposed to be happening already by law. And we're going to touch on some of that in the with MORCA today, but looking forward to working with the commission on that. Last question from me. You also propose working with your ex officio members to incorporate community service workers to assist in reentry planning and sentencing for reoffenders. Can you talk a bit more about that idea?
So yes, when youth are justice involved, we used to have what's called city community service workers, CSWs, and they would do one-on-one work, even if they were just touched by the Justice Department in any way, right? If they were just arrested for, let's say, these new carjackers, they're arrested and then they're released because they're not charged. But a community service worker would, under determining an age, would still reach out to them and go and to try to intervene in the community, in the home base, whether establishing a plan, right? You need to go to school. You don't want to call it a mentor, but it's kind of sort of a mentor, but on a government or in a community-based situation. Because most of the CSWs were out of community-based CBOs. And so this puts that back into, we let them go. And then there's nothing, they might come against a credible messenger, or they might interact with a violence interrupter, but those people are just there to just talk. We need people that will be able to be resources for them. What are you doing after school? Let's get you registered for an activity. Where's your mom? Your mom's at work. Oh, your dad's who's at work? Who's home with you? Who are you caring for? And being able to provide resources to these individuals, especially the youth under 18 who have been justice involved. So that's really what the piece is going to be based on.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate the work that you and the commission are doing. As I hope we're here as a resource to continue to work with you and support your work. So thank you again for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
We are now going to move to our final witness, Lamont Carey, Director of the Office of Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs. And Councilmember Pinto, after the director's testimony, I'm going to give you the first round of questions because I know you've been holding on for this. So hopefully you're able to hang on a little longer. This is a time where council members are jumping from hearing to hearing.
Great, thank you.
And we will give Director Carey and his team just a moment to get queued up.
Ready. Queued up. There we go.
Excellent. Welcome, Director. As always, we are going to start by swearing you in as a government witness. So I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the committee, staff, members of the public, and Team MORCA. My name is Lamont Carey. As Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, it is an honor to serve the men and women returning to the district from a term of incarceration. As a result of the leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser and the council, DC continues to be the most progressive place for individuals seeking opportunities to transform themselves, their families, and the larger community. This is the place where generational curses are being broken, where the government is funding programs that reinforce economic development, and where people are a priority. I take pride in being a part of Mayor Bowser's administration and efforts to create a pathway to the middle class. In FY23, MORCA continued to implement the mayor's priorities for the district. As the hub for reentry for the district, MORCA continued to focus on successful reentry and public safety. In FY23, we served a total of 4,272 clients. In FY24 to date, we have served a total of 800 clients. With the influx of clients needing services, our team has been committed to building and strengthening our referral resources to meet the needs of returning individuals seeking a real second chance at a new life. In FY23, we further strengthened our relationship with the Court Service and Supervision Agency by collaborating with them to engage high-intensity returning citizens to connect them to resources that will improve their employability and access to other services. Our staff conducted outreach and intake at several of their facilities. In addition to that, we have been successful in placing more than 100 individuals in their supportive housing and securing extensions for those that are still struggling with securing housing. We also have one of their administrators now coming to MORCA on Wednesdays to help us troubleshoot challenges that individuals on supervision are experiencing and to help secure updated contact information for clients who no longer are reachable by previous emails and phones. This approach has allowed MORCA's peer navigators to increase their follow-up with clients. To many, this seems insignificant. However, it is critical when employers, housing programs, supervision officers, and MORCA's team are not able to connect with clients because the way communicate to them today is foreign or too expensive for returning citizens. Currently, our navigators are in frequent contact with 1 out of 3 of clients because of their inability to communicate on a consistent basis. How we have begun to address this problem is by, as mentioned above, collaborating with CSOSA, many of our client supervision officers to gather new contact information so that we can follow up with clients. The second thing we have done is refer clients to free phone programs that are of no cost to them. In FY24, we recognize that there has been a drop in employment throughout the year for some of our clients. Our goal is to increase engagement with clients and our partnerships with employers to foster a relationship where we can connect clients to additional support when they are finding themselves experiencing new barriers. Our immediate concern is that our Peer Navigator program is scheduled to expire, but the administration is looking at how we can potentially make them a part of our forever plan. This will be a loss to clients, our agency and government. Their ability to connect, inspire, and assist with navigating is a true asset to MORCA, reentry, and public safety. Our access to CSOS's supportive housing was historic. However, housing remained a major need for returning citizens. Our case management team broadened their search for housing and have successfully expanded our relationship to include more housing resources to assist more clients than in previous years with securing transitional, short-term, and long-term housing for clients with instability. Recently, returning citizens working for a housing management company contacted us to inform us that their management company is open to leasing housing for employed returning citizens. This is an example of when a returning citizen finds a career or starts a business, they create more opportunities for other returning citizens. Example that highlights another major barrier for returning citizens, that is job training and employment opportunities. Many of the men and women that come to our agency need soft skills and hard skill training and employment access. They want to be hired. MORCA's workforce team has been successful with building relationship with training programs and employers. In FY23, 612 returning citizens have been placed in skill building programs. Many of the training programs were paying minimum wage. This allowed clients to earn while they learn. Some of the programs had a workforce development component that helped secure employment for returning citizens, such as our MORCA Georgetown Paralegal Program, where 12 individuals graduated from the program and 10 are now employed through their fellowship with some of the elite law firms and agencies in the district. Also in FY23, MORCA implemented the Access to Job Employment Subsidy Grant. We were excited to report that 2 returning citizens were hired through this grant, and in FY24, we have 3 grantees that will hire a total of 8 returning citizens. Our workforce team went a step further and started conducting single employer job fairs. This allowed us to match individual clients with the needs of the employer. In FY23, 9 people were hired from this process. However, our impact has grown. In FY24, 23 returning citizens were hired through this process to date. In addition, in FY23, MORCA participated in 7 job fairs. 4 of these job fairs were through the mayor's initiative to get DC residents employed. One of our success stories is Ms. Knight. Ms. Knight was released after a long term of incarceration and came to MORCA. She was encouraged to come to a job fair at Bury Farms Recreation Center, where she was hired on the spot. I am proud to report that she has purchased a car and is looking forward to promotions in her new job. Here are some of other exciting efforts that we have undertaken to increase public safety and hiring. Technology and transportation barrier. Through our partnership with Violence and Prevention, Building Blocks, Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, DC Public Library, Department of Human Services, OCTO, Department of Vehicles for Hire, MORCA has been able to provide 1,742 Chromebooks for returning citizens in FY23. These devices help them fill out employment applications online, attend virtual training programs, build businesses, and communicate with their families by email and FaceTime. In FY23, we provided 2 forms of transportation support for returning citizens. 1, Promise Ride. Returning citizens receive up to 5 free cab rides a week to reentry related opportunities. This allowed them to attend training programs and meet with their supervision officers, secure their vital records, and make it to and from their new jobs and visits with their children and other loved ones. 2, Smart Trip cards. Clients were allowed to receive 3 sets of Smart Trip cards that allowed them to attend some of the above mentioned without the same limitations on travel. This also allowed individuals traveling from Baltimore halfway house to navigate around the district to secure their vital records and participate in reintegration efforts. In our efforts to assist with empowering returning citizens, women, not only to be successful, but to thrive, we continue the many faces of a female boss event. This event highlighted successful women, returning citizens that are doing great at parenting, employment, entrepreneurship, self-love, and healing. We follow that program with MORCA She. This is an initiative that focuses on the unique needs of women that include but are not limited to mental health, physical, substance abuse, child custody, domestic violence, job training, employment, advocacy for women and their families, and entrepreneurship. Today, we have completed 4 intimate sessions in collaboration with Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative and Samaritan Ministry. We implemented a pilot program entitled MORCA Taking Care of Business. This is our returning citizens business pop-up initiative. To date, we have had 15 entrepreneurs participate in this initiative. The goal of the program has been to assist returning citizens build their brand and connect them to customers. Our vision is to have these pop-ups in every quadrant of the city. This kind of initiative is geared to grow business, change the perception of returning citizens, create a pathway to the middle class, and employment opportunities for others through their businesses. It is our goal to place returning citizens on a pathway to the middle class and improve all aspects of quality of life. We realize the expectations for returning citizens is to immediately create a life of independence and income despite how long they have been incarcerated. They are expected to overcome every barrier, whether they are aware of them or not. At MORCA, we realize this transition is scary and not easy. We build relationships with mental health providers, legal organizations like FANG, and the Office of Attorney General and OHR to come into the agency to help clients with mental health issues have support with custody, parentage, child support, and identity theft, being scammed, and the human rights issue. Successful reentry is possible. We see it throughout our community. We want to continue that by addressing internal and external challenges that our clients face. In the mix of rebuilding their lives, we encourage them to enjoy themselves by exploring all the exciting offerings downtown that include theater, restaurants, sports, entertainment, and dining. And MORCA has and will continue to evolve under the leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser, Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah, Director Jackie Riaz, the Executive Chief of Staff Steve Walker, and Chief of Staff Lindsay Parker, the Council, and you, Chairman White. MORCA's entire amazing team and all the employees within the government. The district is the foundation of inspiration, a gifter of second chances for every returning citizen. I am proud to serve under such leadership. This concludes my testimony, and I'm open to answering any questions.
Thank you very much, Director. Before we get into questions, I think you've been joined by Anthony Bowen, the agency's AFO. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Norman, thank you. Let me ask Mr. Norman to raise his right hand. I can't see you. Are you visible? Okay. There we are. I see you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pinto, you can begin your 10-minute round.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair White. And hi, Director Carey. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I particularly appreciated as you talk about training and employment opportunities, your focus on both hard and soft skills that we know are so important in setting any person up for success in the workforce. And I want to ask you how MORCA's efforts are going as it relates to an expanded opportunity set for training, particularly around CDL, entrepreneurship, IT, real estate, personal training, paralegal, hospitality, and building maintenance programs that are also all high growth industries with a lot of employment opportunities and, importantly, a lot of room for upward mobility and payment opportunities. And in your pre-hearing questions, MORCA stated that they're taking a closer look to see where piloting programs can be established in these industries, and I wanted to get a deeper sense from you on where those efforts stood.
So with the great partnership that we have had with DOES, they have funded a lot of training programs in FY23 that were able to pay our clients while they learn. And so some of our partners, one that was on earlier, Ms. Gabby Smith, she has a workforce development component where she has, I think, received 40 individuals from us and was able to secure, I think, 27 employment for our client. And so that's what we look at. One, our thinking has shifted to find like more certification programming, and that has been a bigger obstacle. And when you talk about the CDL program, our initial and main partner has been DPW. And now we're in conversations with them for that program to jumpstart again. But last week, if I'm correct, or week before last, we just had 20 of our clients doing orientation with DC Infrastructure Academy for their CDL programming. And then last year was able to pilot the real estate program with one of our new partners, Children Focus Foundation. And we had, I believe, 17 individuals that participated in the program and 14 actually graduated. And what made this program unique was that it was tied to a developer. I believe it's Long and Foster, that was guaranteed they passed the test, they will be able to work under them. And so I believe two of our clients were able to pass the state test, and the rest of the clients are still in the program because they only failed one portion of the test, and so they're working with the organization to prepare them to pass the test that they fell short of. And in terms of the personal trainer, most of our clients, while they're incarcerated, works out. And they come home, and one of the things that they're interested in is helping people stay fit. And so we're looking at how can we implement a pilot program that teaches them how to become a personal trainer, where they could use that skill all over the district where there is a health craze that is happening. And so those are things that we have been looking at on how we can implement, and things that we have implemented.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Those are all really exciting opportunities and great success stories. How
I forgot to answer one. I'm sorry, I forgot to answer one of your questions. I'm sorry. In terms of entrepreneurship, we have two main partners. One is with Georgetown Pivot Program, and the other is with DSLBD, where we're about to start 3 different programs. We're recruiting now for the We Aspire Entrepreneurship Program, where individuals can earn up to $5,000 to go towards their business, as well as the Dream Pitch program with them. And then a new program that we have been trying to get started for a few years, building the dream, where at the end of the program, part of the program is to help them to become CBEs so that they can qualify for some of the special opportunities for CBEs in the district.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to try to keep moving through because I've got a lot of questions for you, not a lot of time.
Okay.
So in terms of kind of other concerns that I hear most commonly from returning citizens is access to transportation to even get to housing or get to an interview, especially in those first few weeks upon coming home. So how is MORCA improving efforts to help folks get money in their pocket just to get by, especially right away?
So it's a two-part response, but great question. One is trying to connect our clients that needs additional skill sets before they can get the kind of employment that they want, connecting them to programs that are paying them as they participate. In that way, that helps them to become mobile. In addition to that, MORCA has been supplying individuals with smart trip cards. So that is an additional way that they can get around the city, see parole officers, and attend job interviews, job fairs, and things of that nature. And for the last year, we have been through the Deputy Mayor Appeal Promise Rides. We have been giving up to 5 free cab rides a week for returning citizens. And that was up until September. Now we're looking at how we continue with that program.
Okay. And what efforts are you engaged in to build relationships between the clients you serve and other community-based organizations that do a lot of this work that need additional kind of scale and support and partnership?
Okay, so that's another great question with a long list of what we're doing. And so I'll keep it as brief as possible. All of my team has the responsibility of connecting with resources, of finding resources that's going to help meet the needs of the clients that we serve. The ones that's taking the main lead of that is our peer navigators. So once an individual comes into the office, they receive referrals from case managers and workforce, and the peer navigators help follow up. An additional thing that we do, we participate in partners events where we're asking them, hey, how's it going with our clients? If do they need any additional service? What new opportunities that you have that we aren't aware of that we can get our clients in? We also connect with clients doing outreach in the community. We do everything from community walks with 202 for Peace and MPD, and even in community events with Trayon White every summer. So there's a variety of things that we do to build relationships and connect to returning citizens.
Okay, great. And in terms of measuring the success or efficacy of your programs, someone who's a returning citizen said this to me the other day, and I was really moved by it, about how in the past we measure success based on reoffense. And if somebody has recommitted an offense or been rearrested, and how sometimes that's not seeing the whole picture of somebody. And in measuring success, we should look at positive outcomes of ability to secure housing, ability to maintain employment. And so wondering your viewpoint on how you measure success and how we can look to your progress over the last year as a hopeful that there have been indicators of success.
So first I'll tell you what's two ways. One, every day that one of our clients remains free is a day success from being incarcerated. Getting the ID birth certificate, like you said, that is a huge success because that is the first steps to being able to engage in legal activity, getting in programs, getting a job. ID comes first. But some of our metrics, MORCA has a performance plan that is tracked through quick-based data system. MORCA monitors key performance indicators and strategic initiatives set up by the director. The agency goals and projects are assessed on a quarterly basis. In FY22, MORCA began to capture the frequency peer navigators touch points to better monitor impact. In addition, MORCA tracks its ARPA peer navigators initiative program metrics and spending in the DC recovery portal as part of the federal requirements attached to the program. In FY23, MORCA continued the process of partnering with OCTO and the Mayor's Office on Innovation on streamlining current data collection and systems recommended. And the last thing that I would say, we have expanded our KPIs to capture like everything that we do. And previously, it didn't capture everything that each department does. And that helps us track the success of engagement, the success of our clients, because at the end of the day, when the clients succeed, that's how we know we are being successful.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm out of time, but really appreciate you and your continued efforts to make sure that your clients are set up for success, and looking forward to working with you throughout this year, especially on the employment and housing opportunities that we need to start much earlier at providing to folks. Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thanks, Chairman White.
Thank you, Council Member Pinto. Really glad to have you at this hearing. Director Carey, thank you again. I want to jump right into various programs that your office administers, and let's start with Access to Jobs program. So I passed the Access to Jobs Amendment Act in 2020. Bill set up a pilot program managed by MORCA to give grants to DC employees that work with MORCA to hire returning citizens, and provided approximately $118,000 in funding to this program. Your testimony today indicates that, I'm quoting from your testimony, in the current fiscal year 24, MORCA is pleased to report that 4 grantees are scheduled to employ a total of 10 returning citizens. I'm first trying to get my bearings. In the pre-hearing questions, I sent question 60. All right, this is looking at in 24. You say that in fiscal year 24, there are 3 grant awards to CSW, ALMA, Liz, and National Reentry Network. So are those the 3 awardees for fiscal year 24?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the CSW?
Constituent Services Hold on, let me look. Oh, constituent services worldwide.
Okay. And what was their, how many people did they employ last year? Because they were one of the grantees in 23.
4.
Well, I think in 23, so going back to pre-hearing question 60, your response is in FY 23, one grantee was awarded an access to jobs grant. The NOFA was released on February 6, 2023. The participating employer, CSW, Bite Back and Black Voices Project, CSW was awarded $17,680 to hire 4 returning citizens
That's correct.
for FY 23.
Yes.
Okay, so for FY 23, was there one grantee or 3?
It was one grantee. I was mentioning all of those that had applied, but one grantee was awarded.
All right. And how many people did they hire in
4.
FY 23?
4.
Okay. Are those 4 folks still working with CSW?
Yes.
What type of work do they do?
Hospitality. I believe they help doing facilitation, training other returning citizens. And the other one, hold on, gardening. And gardening is the third one. Oh, if I may, council member, if you would extend me the pleasure. I know you said you passed the grant in FY 20. So FY 20 is when we entered the pandemic, but I wanted to bring you up on what we had done during that course of time when the pandemic was going on. One, we had reached out, had an effort to make sure that all of our clients and community was aware and received the necessary shots to not fall victim to COVID-19. In addition to that, we had introduced facts about the vax, where we had making returning citizens aware online, just trying to stay engaged with our population. Then we did another one that focused on mental health. In addition to that, while our team was working from home, we was constantly engaging our clients and looking for opportunities to make sure that they're safe. And we provided over 40,000 worth of masks, hand sanitizer, the things that will keep them and their families safe. We partner with community churches to provide care packages to ensure that their basic needs will be met. Some of their needs will be met when they get home. We also had conversations with the BOP and DOC to make sure that they receive an extra supply of medication during their release. We partner with Unity Health to create a hotline so when the returning citizen comes home, that they can have access to medical care as well as get connected with a provider. So, and then moving forward, when it was safe to return, my team immediately returned back to the office and started engaging our clients and connected them to the services that were available. And so some of the things that we did do, we helped clients get bank accounts as they were starting to get back into programming. We worked on hiring someone, a supervisor that can help implement the Access to Job program. We started searching for individuals, the right company that makes the most sense to implement children of incarcerated parents. And so we have constantly, throughout the 3 years that you mentioned earlier, MORCA has been moving. MORCA has been engaging. And because of this engagement and FY21, due to my boss, Mayor Mule Bowser, we was fortunate to have 6 peer navigators added to our staff that brought our FTEs up to 19. And with that addition, we had been able to be more effective in meeting our clients where they are and building our support system. So if it's a returning citizen out there and you just came home or if you've been home, just know MORCA The Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs at 2100 MLK Junior Avenue. We do walk-ins, no appointments necessary, and we're going to do everything that we can to get you on a pathway to the middle class and improve the quality of your life. So I just wanted to be clear that that's what we have been doing for the last 3 years, making a way for our population.
So since October of 2020, the total number of people hired through the Access to Jobs program is at 4?
Right. So the program was implemented when we were able to hire. So remember, this was the first time that we had a grant to manage. So we had to figure out this process, and we were able to hire Miss Sylvie Munger, who is the workforce development supervisor. She got in that position. She put it in motion with the help of Mocha, the deputy mayor of public safety and justice. We got it in and we were able to put it out and award one company, and we got 4 people hired. And that was, I believe, was your intent, and that is the intent of the administration, to make sure if we can get our people hired, and 12 since FY23.
All right. So you focus in on the point, so I'm gonna focus on it. This money has been available for 3 years and 3 months. Unemployment rate for returning citizens in DC is 46%. To date, 4 people have been hired, and the total allocated amount is $17,680. Do you think that's the best we can do for this employment program?
So I think for that employment program, based off of the criteria that was met for that first year, and when the funding was able to be released, that is what we were able to do. And those four people that were hired, I'm sure that they will be glad to tell you that this had added additional value to them and their lives. But that's not the only employment that we help people get. There's been employment that's outside of that we have been able to connect people to. So yes, that first release of those funds, we were able to secure one. But then the following year, now we have an additional 12 people all together that is going to be hired through that program.
And the was it 12 or 10?
12.
Okay, your testimony says 10. What am I missing?
So CSW has 4. Amala Lives has 2, and correction, and National Reentry Network has 2. So my apologies. It is 8 altogether in FY 24. My apologies. But it's 12 total if you from the first year to this year, because we were able to keep those in what was the intent of the program.
Okay. And so, all right, let me go back. So CSW, I think, is the contractor. So they're still the only grantee. No, there are 2 more this year. Okay, no, I'm with you. National Reentry Network and the other one. All right. Why are we so low on these numbers? What needs to happen in order to get more people employed, get more grantees in the door? What's the hurdle that we have to overcome?
So if you remember, the grant is for $274,000, and how this program is set up is that for the first year, it is to cover 40% of the minimum wage. And the second year, it is to cover 80% of the minimum wage. And based on the funding that we have to be mindful of when we are putting the grant out can, like say for the National Reentry Network, next year they're going to be at 80%. And so we got to ensure the money that we have is able to cover that 80%. And so, in answer to your question, that is the answer, that we have to be sure that the people that we fund, we can actually make sure that we cover our end of the agreement.
And you can't do that proactively. You have to wait until they are employed and the program is well underway in order to calculate how many people can be hired.
So what I can say, those that are applying for the grant can't get the funding until they are approved. But to answer your question, we do a variety of things to get returning citizens employed. As you will see in the information that you have from the questions, we in FY23, we had 522 individuals employed. And in FY24, we have 111. So we're doing everything that is humanly possible and pushing ourselves to the limit to find employment opportunities for our client and pre-employment opportunities that are paying them.
What's the how many people can be employed with the existing funding for access to jobs?
So with the existing funding, we're looking at, I think it's Anthony. This might be for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So he was asking with the current funding, is there a number of individuals that can be paid under this current grant?
Well, I mean, I can't give you the number off top, Director, but again, I think that's that determines on the hiring plan as far as based off what the salaries are and of course the benefits of that. But yeah, I mean, we can probably get that answer to him a little later, but right now I'm not able to give you that information.
Does that suffice, Councilman?
Yeah, it does not. When we have a grant, the point is for employment. You and I both know how dire this situation is. If we're going to maximize these dollars, they only are maximized if you know how many people you can get employed. That becomes your goal number. That's the number of people we've got to work to get employed. And we can't grow this number, the funding amount from the council, if the funding from the previous year isn't used. So the program can't grow unless you're using most or all of the money. Otherwise, my colleagues look at me like I got three heads when I say we need more money for this program.
So can I, if I can, so look at, so with CSW, last year they received 50. This year they received 100,000. The other three programs are going to receive for their two people 25,000. And so that means next year, those additional two programs, that's going to be $100,000, right? And so now we got to look at what amount that was left over. So we are doing everything that we can to maximize, to ensure that every returning citizen that we can employ through this program gets employed. But the first thing is that when a company applies, they have to be approved to receive the grant. So it's not our intention to not get people hired. There is criteria that you put in place in terms of how this program is to be executed. And we're doing everything in our power to live up to making sure that returning citizens are employed. We have the same goal as you, to get our people employed. And so that is the goal.
So CSW receives how much per employee?
So right now for the 4 employees, it is they would approve for $100,000. So that is $25,000 per employee.
Okay. Um, I want to sort of stress again, I'm glad that the program is moving at this point. But this is not a lot of people. Doesn't seem like at this point how many people we can fund with the program, and it doesn't look like we're going to expend the amount of money that's budgeted, which is going to make it difficult to get more money going forward. So I'm we've got to do better. I mean, I'm glad that there are other things working in the agency, but this is one of the things that has to work. Let me
So,
go
Mr. If
to.
I can, council member,
Mm-hmm.
it's only $274,000, and we are paying 40% of minimum wage. The second year, we are paying 80% of minimum wage. The max may be 10 individuals, right? So we are too shy of that maximizing the funding that is available. It is not our intent to leave anything on the table. We desire our goal. Every day we walk into our office is to meet the needs of our clients. And so 10 is more likely the max that we can do for the funding level of this program.
Okay, so 10 is the maximum.
Right, yes.
Children impacted by parental incarceration. Sounds like this is going to be completed. I think September of this year is what the witness said earlier. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Commercial driver's license training program. Looks like from your pre-hearing question responses, 111 clients received CDL training. Could you, how many of those 111 folks successfully obtained their CDL?
Hold on, let me find it. $176.
So let's refer to question 64 of the pre-hearing questions, which was about this. I think you indicated that 111 clients received CDL training. You're saying now it's 176.
Hold on one second, let me verify. CDL 111. So 111 plus 60. So 111 received the 31 classroom tests that they passed. 65 successfully completed 32 hands-on training. So that gives us, so that is what happened. 111, the CDL 31, and 65, 32.
So the people who, nobody did both the classroom and the hands-on training?
So some came in with, and I'll just double check this, but I do know we have had a few clients that came in that have previously had one and they just needed the other, but I will double check that and follow back up with you.
Okay. And so how many people received a CDL license?
So all of these individuals passed the test, And my understanding is that all of them receive the license for the levels that they pass.
Do you have an idea of how many have, so your understanding is that there's 100% passage rate? Everybody who went into these programs passed?
So I'm going to get back to you on that to be sure that everybody that that participated passed. We focused on those are the numbers that we have, not all those that was referred and enrolled, but I'll double check that to see if it's 100% passing rate.
All right. Well, I appreciate you getting back to us. It's hard. It's difficult to do oversight without the data. You know, for the previous program, we spent a lot of time just trying to figure out how many people could be accommodated so that we understand how well it's doing. Now I'm trying to understand how many people went into the CDL program versus how many people completed successfully. Which I appreciate you getting back to us, but it's hard to get a grasp of what's happening, what needs to happen without this data. Let me move to a different program then. The Returning Citizen Opportunity to Succeed Amendment Act of 2017. This is the bill that mandates MORCA to maintain a database with the names, locations, and contact details of all DC residents held in the Federal Bureau of Prisons expected to return within a year. With this data, MORCA should be developing a reentry plan for each returning citizen. The reentry plan should include assistance with obtaining housing, employment, transportation, and identification services. Since the bill was passed, it had not been implemented because the FBOP refused to give MORCA a list of all DC residents incarcerated in prison. And according to your hearing, your pre-hearing responses, questions 65 and 66, looks like you obtained a list of DC residents in FBOP custody in FY23. How many reports have you received in FY23 and so far in FY24?
So in FY23 total, we have received the list twice. FY24, we have not received the list.
Why is that? Is that because the list is only available at certain increments, or why? What's with the consistency there?
So their goal has been, well, they said that they will give it to us every quarter. And so we have been reaching out to see if we can get it again. 'Cause, I mean, with our experience in the past, as you know, one time we get it, another time that we don't. And so right now we're trying to receive the list.
All right. So you've reached out relatively recently to FBOP?
That's correct.
And what have they said? What's been their response?
So I'm waiting to hear back on where we are with that. But I know one of the things that they have mentioned is looking at doing MOU.
Okay. And where are things on the MOU?
So we are at the beginning stages of drafting up the MOU to present to them to see if they will agree to one and routinely give us that. Because initially they were saying every quarter that we will receive it, but we haven't received it yet.
All right. So you have an outstanding line out email or call to FBOP, and you're waiting on their response?
Correct. With the MOU, and then we'll send it to them and see if they're gonna agree to enter the MOU with us so that it can stay consistent on us receiving the information.
The two lists that you have received so far, I appreciate you getting that. have you been in communication with the individuals on the list about their reentry plans?
So not about reentry plan. What we have done, as Ms. Knight mentioned when she testified earlier, that we had put together a packet that talks about the services that MORCA provides and how we can assist them when they come home. But we also gave them ideas on starting the plan for release. Some of the things that they could do pre-release is if they don't have their social security card, we even communicated with BOP that they will give them the form so that they can order their social security card and birth certificate. We talked to them about, in the letter, we talked to them about having 2 potential home places where they can reside at, because we have experience with some individuals in a halfway house. When they get to the halfway house, the place that they were supposed to go and reside at has had a change of heart. So in our communication with them, those are some of the things that we outlined to them about preparing for release and to take advantage of all the programming and education that they can while they're in there. And then one of our conversations with the FBOP is that the FBOP is supposed to be starting to provide a federal ID for individuals that's getting released.
So I might have missed this, but the reentry plan, so you have information, you have 2 lists that include folks coming back within a year. The law requires you to do a reentry plan. So what's the status of the reentry plan for the people on those lists?
So the reentry plan. So what we did, we composed a letter of giving them clear instructions on how they should be looking at returning to the community. The things that they're gonna need in order for them to be successful, we outline for them to consider, which will help them in the development of a reentry plan.
Can you send us a copy of the letter?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm gonna move to services for women returning citizens. I was encouraged to see MORCA submit an annual report for 2023. On page 8, it references that MORCA initiated a roundtable focusing on women to comprehend their distinctive reentry needs and propose legislative adjustments to support them. What did you find out from that roundtable?
So what we found out from the roundtable is several things. A lot of the women that are getting released have children that they're trying to regain custody of. In addition to that, mental health supports to help them decompress from having their time in the prison system. Another thing that came up from those discussion is trying to be connected. They have fear of those who have previous substance abuse issues of relapsing. The other thing that has been most important to them is securing housing that would allow them to gain custody of their children, as well as training and employment. Those were some of the highlighted things that they asked for, and more programming inside of the institution and inside of the halfway house.
And when was that? When was that roundtable?
There's been 4, I believe, we've had already.
Okay.
I'm looking for. Bear with me. Work for. I thought I had the dates.
Okay, well, don't worry about that. Are there any policy recommendations that you have or will put forward stemming from those roundtables?
So that is the primary goal on what policy recommendations that submit in support of moving barriers for them, but we're still having these groups to ensure that all of the needs and the top priority needs that we're able to support. Some things that we have begun that wasn't policy though. We currently get 20 vouchers, as you know, and for women that have custody of their children, we will have to use 2 of the vouchers in order to try to get them housing. And so those are some of the things that isn't legislatively, but some of the steps that we are doing to meet some of those needs. And so we are definitely in the beginning phase of the group dynamic, but they're requesting it. So it's almost we're meeting with them every month. And when I say we, I mean staff, my female staff, because I'm not even allowed to come in so that it'll be a safe space.
Okay. All right. I would just like to understand with some specificity what's coming from those, because obviously the goal isn't the roundtable. The goal is the things that come from the roundtable. So as a follow-up to this hearing, if you would let us know with some specificity what is coming out of those roundtables, if anything, or if there's more you need to understand there.
So as I mentioned before, substance abuse, mental health were some of the things that routinely came up. And what we've done in response to that is now we have mental health providers that are coming to MORCA to be able to connect those women that have those challenges, those mental health and substance abuse challenges, that want to be connected to resources within those spaces. We have that coming into MORCA. In addition to that, we have FLAN, which is family law, that comes into the agency twice a month, that is helping our clients that have child custody issues, child support issues, parentage issues, and even if they're trying to dissolve a marriage that isn't working. So a lot of that has been in response to what is coming out of those focus groups and what we are getting from many of our other clients on how we can support them. In addition to that, we are focused on, we also have coming into the agency CSOSA, because they have programming and access to other things that we can connect the women to. And those women that are in the halfway house, we have provided some level of programming and referral programming to try to be supportive of the women that are in the halfway house based off of their needs.
I appreciate that. And I'm sure people appreciate those resources. For the Georgetown Paralegal Program, I've been happy with the success of this program. I think the most recent cohort, 12 returning citizens graduated out of the 12, 10 are now employed. What is your view on what's working well for this program, and where does the program need to improve?
So the program has evolved a lot from the initial stages. And I've just had a conversation with one of the representatives from Georgetown today. Some of the things, the improvement of the program that we made in connection with Georgetown to wraparound services. So every week, a MORCA representative is there to see how we can support the participants in the program. And so we have had to support them in getting connected to housing, some substance abuse needs, and some mental health supports that some of the participants were interested in getting connected to. We were also able to provide them Chromebooks, Promise Rise, Smart Trips. And so where we're looking at now from our discussion is to see how we can create a partnership that allows to teach them some basic and basic and above basic computer skills, because a lot of the participants that's in the program have been in prison for a while and they're not that savvy with technology. And so that is the next phase of what that we're looking at on how we can make that class even more successful. And I've had a conversation with the director of OHR. So we're collaborating. We're going to collaborate and try to figure out how to get more paralegals into government.
I like that, and I appreciate your continued engagement in this program, and trying to increase the amount of resources to help people be successful. Voting rights. As a result of the Restore the Vote bill that I worked on and passed with the leadership of the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs, all incarcerated DC residents have the right to vote. This obviously requires collaboration with the Bureau of Prisons, the DC Department of Corrections, Board of Elections. How is this going? How is the implementation of Restore the Vote going?
Actually, it is going pretty well. So not to the heightened level that we would like, because we want every DC resident that's incarcerated exercising their right to vote. But of FY23, based off of what the Board of Elections told us, there were 72 individuals that registered to vote. In FY24, so far there was 36. And in DOC in FY23, there was 171. And in FY24, there was 101. And then there's a line for other, because they have been engaging, like Maryland, and they have 15 in FY23, and in FY24, they have 3. But we're gonna keep pushing. A lot of the individuals that's coming into MORCA, one of the main things that we asked them, are you registered to vote? And so those that said that they registered to vote when they were in the institution, we encouraged them to register to vote with the change of address so they can continue on voting. But I would also like to say at MORCA in FY23, we were able to register 500 individuals in the agency. In FY24 to date, we have registered 56. Of course, again, our goal is to make sure that every returning citizen and every DC resident that is incarcerated, or whether they're in the community, that they know that they have the right to vote and that they exercise that right to vote, because that right to vote can help move barriers that prevent them from improving their quality of life and getting on a pathway to the middle class. So we are fully committed, as well as DOC, as well as the Board of Election, to increase, and with DYRS as well, in the Women's Voter League, to increase the number of returning citizens and people that are incarcerated, increase the amount of people that are registered but actively casting the ballot.
I appreciate your work there and your focus there as well. When we announce oversight hearings, myself and my team often get calls about relevant agencies As we were preparing for this hearing, we've gotten a bit of outreach about concerns around hostile work environment, sexual harassment, and safety in the office. Are you aware of any issues in those spaces?
Repeat them again.
Hostile work environment, sexual harassment, and safety issues in the office.
No. Hostile work environment. You mean, can you elaborate what you mean? Staff, clients? I'm trying to.
Are you aware of either? I can't say I have all the details, but if people raise it with me, I've got to ask the question.
No.
So whether it's clients, staff, hostile work environment, sexual harassment, and general safety in the office.
No. So there is security in the building. Let me be clear on that. We have clients that come in with mental health challenges. I didn't even know that sometimes it's seasonal until as of recent, from learning from our mental health partners that are working with us, right? And that is part of the reason that we have mental health organization comes into the agency twice a week to help us curb an individual that's having a mental health crisis. And so if you're talking about in that sense, that's how we remedy that. There are definitely individuals that come in from time to time that are having a mental health breakdown that we try to put things in place where we're able to support them as well as work with security in the building. Now we have 2 walkie-talkies that they give just as an extra measure that if anything goes on in MORCA, that we have immediate access to them. Even if they hear a loud voice, they usually come into the agency. But this is not something that happens on a regular basis. It's not even something that happens every month. But I will say there have been times where there have been individuals with mental health or experiencing a mental health crisis.
Okay. And I would give more detail if I have them, if I had it. So to your knowledge, there have been no assaults of staff or by staff. Is that right?
There assaults from staff or by staff. We did have a situation that was out of our control. Somebody threatened to kill somebody that was working there, and it was resolved.
Okay. I can follow up with you offline about that. Sexual harassment in the office is not an issue you're aware of.
Sexual harassment, there was an allegation that was investigated and it was handled.
Okay. I'll follow up on that as well. What's the procedure for whether it's threats, assaults, allegations of sexual harassment? How are those handled? What's the procedure?
So if it's an allegation of sexual harassment, we follow the guidelines that were set by the mayor.
What does that mean?
So it's immediately reported. There is postings throughout our agency for staff or anyone that that experienced anything. There's a contact person who they reach out to, and it's stressed that they reach out immediately. In terms of conflict, depending on what is viewed as conflict, violence is not acceptable in the agency from anybody. That is immediately dismissal, immediately banned from the agency, because we will not tolerate anybody being physically threatened, and we will minimize or bar individual if they do verbal threats. And so with the process is that everybody that experiences it writes it, write a report. We talk to leadership and the building, and we take the appropriate next steps to ensure that everybody in the agency is safe, that they are being serviced with the needs that they have. And so we follow all of the protocols to ensure that all the everything that takes place in the office, whether minor or not, is addressed.
All right. The security in the building at this point is sufficient.
Yes.
All right. Director, last thing. So, I want the agency is doing a lot. There are still a number of things that are, I think, not happening or not happening quickly enough. I think we need to be further on access to jobs. I'm looking forward to getting clarity on the CDL, because I think it's an important opportunity for residents. Maybe working very well, but we don't know at this point. The Opportunity to Succeed Act is not nearly where it needs to be at this point. Again, that's not to say the agency isn't doing a lot, but there's a lot that needs to happen, and not everything matters equally. And I want to make sure the agency is focused on the things that matter most, and I want to make sure I can support the agency in reaching important objectives. So what I'm going to ask for our budget hearing, I see the top five priorities in the pre-hearing questions. They're too vague. There's no way that we can sort of have a conversation about whether or not you met these, because there's no specificity. So instead of 5, I'm going to ask for 3 priorities when we come to our budget hearing, and I'm going to ask that they follow the SMART goals framework, so that the goals are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So within a certain period of time, these are the things that MORCA believes is going to move the ball forward the most for returning citizens, that it has the authority to do, whether it's in the calendar year or the fiscal year. And that will give us a solid framework for what we can prioritize, work together on, make sure we are together focused on the same things, and those things are going to move the ball forward for returning citizens. Does that work for you?
Yeah, and if I can I would like to respond. So my team is required every month to bring in 3 new partners. That is the goal that we set to help us to meet the needs of the clients by expanding our reach. Specifics sometimes that you may be asking for will depend on the availability of the opportunities and services. But we are determined to increase our collaborations with partners by strengthening our collaborations, but also looking for new partners that are able to fulfill a service or provide an opportunity for returning citizens. And in terms of the home plan that you're mentioning, Council Member, we've had numerous conversations, and we just touched on it today about the difficulties that it is sometimes working with the FBOP. As in past, when we were taking our trips to the FBOP, we were only able to go to institutions that's 4.5 hours away. And so I don't know your expectations on what this plan should look like for the returning citizens, but some of the things that we are doing is, one, what I mentioned about the letter that we sent to those that are getting ready to get released. 2, we aggressively having conversations with the FBOP to start back our trips we did for last year, and we're looking to do more this year. But another challenge that we constantly have to work to overcome is that all of my staff don't always get cleared to go in because of background. And so that is something that we are constantly working on, and we don't, through our relationship with them, we don't have the ability to sit down with each individual DC resident that's incarcerated and work with them to build out this plan. And so we pivoted by creating this letter to say, this is what we would like for you to consider. These are things that's going to help you hit the ground and have the best chances possible at being successful. In addition to that, we go to the DC jail every Wednesday to engage the individuals there, to let them know MORCA exists, how to reach us, because we don't do appointments, we do walk-ins. We go to the reentry, the RSC with C. Sosa, I believe like twice a month, in order to engage them. We've been down the halfway house. So we're doing everything that is possible within our scope of what we allowable to do with the FBOP to do exactly what you're saying. And that is before you even said that to us, because the majority of my staff are returning citizens. And they are doing everything possible to ensure that returning citizens that get released has the best chance ever to succeed. And if I can, we have a Ms. LaRoya Huff, one of our case managers, she turns every stone to find opportunities for our clients. Alicia Jackson is one of the aggressive ones going into these places, along with Mr. Wise from our outreach team, that is aggressively trying to make sure that our clients know that we exist. Then we have Ms. Taylor, compassionate, sits with them, help them uncover things that they're dealing with to help them succeed. And then Ms. Sylvie and my new hiree, Mr. Emmanuel Price, visionaries that we brought onto our team to think about what is the next phase for returning citizens that we aren't seeing, and how can we implement it in to make it happen. And then you have Ms. Jane, Ms. Moore, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawson, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly be in communities at 9 o'clock at night trying to tap into returning citizens to make sure that they know of the opportunities that exist and to come to MORCA. He walks them to MORCA. You have Ms. Jane, peer navigator, that has been leading the effort with UDC. So my team works. Mr. Bobby Hurst, my outreach person, is in the community, like 200 events of networking with people, not only touching returning citizens, but their family and friends, to let them know that we exist. And so I don't want you to leave with thinking that we aren't doing enough. Me personally is at 5 events from Monday to Sunday, sending emails late at night. There is no stone that we are not trying to overturn. And I don't want the message to get out as if MORCA isn't doing enough. We are doing what we know, what our clients say they need, because sometimes they don't even know all of the needs that they have until my experienced clients are able to say, what about this? What about that? And so I don't want the public to think for 1 second that my team is not putting in the work and that the mayor is not supporting us. We have some great leaders, Director Jackie Riaz, Deputy Mayor Lindsay.
All right, Director, I'll let you go on and on about your staff. I'm gonna pause you there. You raised a question about whether you're doing enough. Those aren't my words. I'm suggesting that you all are doing a lot. What I'm also suggesting is that we need to be better collectively about developing a plan and setting priorities. So is it enough to do a lot? No, it's not. We need to be doing the right things, and we need to work together to make sure there's a common understanding of what the highest objectives and goals are. Without a plan, we're rudderless. And so your staff don't deserve to work all day and night and not reach their highest potential. So what I'm asking is, can we develop 3 goals that are going to move the agency forward and make those goals specific and measurable so that we know and have a common understanding of whether or not the agency is meeting those goals, what more you need to meet those goals, what barriers are in the way that we need to move to help you meet those goals. Otherwise, if we're just talking in generalities, then we're moving, but not necessarily moving forward at our best. And that's what we need to be doing. So again, I'm not suggesting that you and your team are not working or not working enough. I'm asking for 3 specific goals that follow the SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound formula for the budget hearing, which is weeks away. I don't think requesting 3 priorities from an agency is beyond the pale.
And I'm not saying that request is, but what I'm interpreting is if like we're just spinning, we're just out connecting with people with no results. That is what I have an issue with. That my team are getting results. My team are
Director, I
helping
can't
housing.
control what implications you take from my question, but I didn't say what you suggested. I'm simply asking for 3 priorities. That won't be everything you and your team does, but it's 3 specific goals is not a high bar. It will help us greatly in working together in achieving those goals. But we've got to be clear about what the goals are. You can't achieve goals if they're not set, and we've got to set clear goals.
We can get you 3 of the goals that we do. We could do that. We definitely could do that.
Thank you, Director. If there's anything you need from me in setting those, I remain available.
Okay.
Those are all the questions I have, Director. I want to thank you and your team for your continued work. And I know that you all are doing a lot of work. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. For anyone who wishes to submit additional testimony related to any of these agencies, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who's interested in submitting testimony through our new hearing management system at LIMS, you can do that at LIMS, L-I-M-S, L-I-M as in Michael S. .dccouncil.gov /hearings. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Wednesday, February 7th, 2024. If you're interested in learning more about the work of this committee, please sign up at robertwhiteatlarge.com so we can be in touch with updates. With that, the business before the committee is concluded. The time is now 7:37 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned.